boy. Let's see. No, I forgot what I was doing. Oops. All right, there we go. That will work. Let's see. 22. There we go. Oops, oops, oops. All right, cool. All right, let's see. Bam, bam. Bam. Bam.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working
Oh, shut up. Sorry. You. Bam. 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 Share. Discord. YouTube. Twitch. Go. Bam. Oh. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh man, that was funny. That was funny to me. Jeez Louise. Me oh my, that was hilarious. Okay, let's see. Is that even, oh, that works. All right, cool. What does that do? What's the shoot? I don't even know what that is. Bam. Okay. All right. Did I break it? I think I did break it. Okay. Okay. Shut up. Yeah. Freaking free and easy way to get back into Instagram. Okay. Okay, what are we watching now? $6,000. Hammy.
Want to get more from your Xfinity Wi-Fi? Xfinity members, upgrade your Wi-Fi now with all the...
What was that? Oh. It's not Florida, Profac. It's not Florida. How you doing, brother? Good way to find a circle. You know, why would socioeconomic matter? It wouldn't do it. Well, so it depends which way you're looking at it. Colloids. If you see it from the direction of it's causing them to be creative, that's one thing. Depends where you're looking. And it's Brooke. What up, Silent Night? But it's also interesting to see. It's also interesting to see how, like, if people come up with things on their own, do they go through the wood age, then the copper age, then it's legit when they're wearing sandals. Those are safety sandals. But like when in the line, so if you can make a wheel, you could mount the wheel, and then use a blade. You spin the wheel, use it like a lathe, right? But that this is where you have to wonder if stuff like this is done, because you can't make that round without spinning it entirely, and they just draw a line and then edge it, and then I guess they use rubber to try to offset the roundness, the obliqueness. And then bearings, it's like, that probably isn't very good for the bearing, though. So theoretically, right here, they could use this as their lathe. The bike frame, they could use it as their lathe. And I'm guessing that nail right there is probably to scratch a line. We'll see. Unless it's not. I'm guessing it is. Yeah, okay. So that's probably to scratch a line in it. But why not just put nails in each side to put where you want the blade, and then just rotate the wheel into the blade rather than swinging the blade into the wheel? Yeah. What up, lady boy? And it's also, like, have you ever seen those guys that make those like amazing buildings and like in jungle, like what do they call those things? I can't remember what they're called, but they make like the bungalows with the swimming pools, and they paint it blue, and they dig the well all by hand. That's all for the camera, right? These people they just dress up like they're jungle folk, and then they go and they dig it, but they've got cameras, and then like a lot of them you can see tracks that were laid by earth moving machines and stuff. So it's like, it wouldn't be, and it's not like they don't know. They've got the internet. They know lathes exist and whatnot. But I mean, this has got 10 million views. They believe in the Hebrew God. If they believe in the Hebrew God, they'll unlock the power of the lost ark and of the covenant, and enable all societies to develop and grow. Well, we'll see, won't we? And I don't know what country this is in Africa. Where's the Ark of the Covenant supposed to be? Nigeria? Ethiopia, right? There's an interesting theory about the Ark of the Covenant. Like, so if you believe in the cyclical theory of humanity, where we grow and then destroy ourselves, and grow and destroy ourselves. If we get to the point where the most efficient way to make power is nuclear power, then what you would want to do is you would want to encase a pre-made fuel rod in something that won't kill everybody. So when everything destroys itself, you can be like, the Ark of the Covenant is basically a fuel rod that could restart society, restart humanity. And then that would start a kingdom, because you would be the only person or group of people that would be able to create power. I mean, but how many people die? But if you've got millions of slaves to go in and handle that very radioactive material till you get it built. I saw a video which discussed about Africans not having the concept of maintenance. Yeah, that's actually true. Well, so the concept of maintenance, but in like no African languages even have the word for maintenance, well, because they don't have the concept of maintenance. In lots of societies, depending on if it becomes winter or not, you've got to prepare for winter or you'll die, and you've got to be able to handle conflict. You have to have conflict resolution skills, because you can't just be like, screw you, I'm gonna leave and go live over there and just pick my fruit off of trees and whatnot. You've got to work as a community, or you will die. You will perish during the winter. And because there's no winter in Africa, the future is now, not in the future. Whatever you do now affects right now. Not I have to gather food for the freeze. I've got to dig things for the freeze. They don't have to prepare. They don't have to maintain their structures. If their house falls down or falls apart, they just rebuild it. They don't have to make sure that it's secure enough and stable to handle the winter. And that's a big, that's theory, but it has. We wouldn't need to go back in time. Wouldn't we need to go back in time? That's a good question. Probably would stop the cyclical loop if we went back in time, right? Yeah, but it's a theory, right? But it is interesting about maintenance, right? Maintenance is an interesting thing. If you don't maintain your water supply and your food supply before winter, you're just gone. You just die. You just freeze to death and go away, or you migrate to somewhere that has it. But when you're in a tropical environment and winter never comes and food's always bountiful, your crops are always producing year round, you don't have to prepare for the winter. So you don't need to maintain everything, right? I have half the money in order to get the camera. Congratulations, farm life. Keep grinding. You'll get there, brother. So, for instance, why would you maintain this tire? Why would you maintain this wheel? It breaks and you just build another one. You're not going to be stuck on a cold road somewhere, so you don't carry a spare or anything like that. You don't need to. You can chop down a local tree or find a piece of dead wood as long as you've got your machete with you. What up, Dulatina? Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dulatina. Happy birthday to you. And it's like you don't have to prepare firewood for the winter, so you don't need to maintain a building for firewood. If you need firewood, you just go get it, right? Like even in the middle of December, January, it's 75 degrees. Good afternoon, Fat Bong brother. You're welcome. What up, Lynn? Feliz cumpleaños. What up, JV? Feliz cumpleaños. We two have the same birthday. Happy birthday. There you go. Look at that. You can rewind to watch the happy birthday back. Farm life. Edit it in. I got a Melodia bass guitar. There you go. Make it happen, Lightning. How you been? Long time. Yeah, so I used to sing. My brother used to play bass, and it's odd to see, like when I grew up, every neighborhood you went through, every couple of blocks, you would hear a local band, a garage band, saxophone, punk rock, like jazz, like everybody, black, white, Asian. There was like local bands everywhere. You could make money in your local area. But now it's just like everybody goes to hip hop, rap, and stuff because you can just download a beat and then use your phone as a mic and a recording device. It's like, and I think that's falling off now because it's so easy, especially with AI, to say write me a song and sing the song using my voice. You finally got your YouTube live back. There you go, brother. Grind, grind, grind. Hey, brother, if you only have 3 nails in your tire, damn, only 3, I lost one. I lied about my age. Everybody seems to these days, farm. Lamau, one of my bikes has over 20 holes from nails. Plug, plug, plug. It's a fair point, but host also mentioned that any wells that Mr. Beast built in Africa have been destroyed or not operational anymore. They need water though. So I'm going to tell you something about that. A lot of people do not care about other people. Companies, nonprofits that get money from you to build wells in Africa do not care. They want that. Listen, could you imagine starting a nonprofit to bring water to Africa? And then you're getting $250,000 or more a year to run that nonprofit. Because remember, you still get paid at a nonprofit. The company just doesn't make profit. So any money the company makes has to go to the employees, doesn't get locked in as profit. So you just raise the CEO's pay and bonus increase. So the company is nonprofit. The people who work for the company can make an income off of it. So they don't want to get fired. They don't want to have to close the company down. If you gave all of Africa water, you dug them all wells, you're out of a job. So they want to make sure that every year, so they use plastic and a bunch of stuff that doesn't last so that when it fails, now it's like, oh my goodness, now they've had water and now they don't. So now it's even more of an emergency. Donate more money. And it's just a freaking, you can call it a scam, but if you look, the average I believe is 7%. So if you have a nonprofit that does anything for poor people or whatever, I think it's 7% is the average that actually goes. So if you get $100 million in donation, only $7 million goes to the actual cause. The rest goes to administration, and it's just a wackadoo. That's why you were banned from YouTube Live. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, don't lie about your age. How are the pets outside? My dear Padawan, Kylo Ren is no longer young. No, pets are good. I got eight chickens, 8 hens, and a cat, and everybody's doing good. Don't blame rap, blame stream. Yeah, I'm not blaming rap. No, absolutely not. But I'll tell you what happened. I worked for the music industry. I've worked for the movie industry. I'll tell you what happened is being able to buy streams, buy likes, views. So one rapper would come out brand new and have a bunch of money just from street life. If you go what I'm saying. So then they can put an album out, record an album, however you do that. If you AI it or do it properly. And then they would buy the views, buy the streams to create artificial virality. But then the way you really make money is off of touring. And then when a lot of these people tour, nobody's buying seats. So they cancel, I want to spend more time with my family. You never cared about your family. You made all the money in the streets. So it's like that happened. And then it got too obvious. And then they blamed COVID. Well, COVID made nobody want to. No. People that have been popular are selling out, are still selling out. It's the new people that bought virality. I got 6 billion streams. Great, but you can't sell 10 seats to an arena, and that's what's happened. That's what's happened. It's anybody, the barrier to entry for music industry, particularly hip hop, is very low. You don't need to get 5 people together in a band like it used to be, and then them all get along long enough to write music, to bring the music, to bring everything together. Anybody in their freaking home studio, bedroom, closet, whatever, can make a product. And then you can artificially virality that product. Look, you can go right now, buy 1 million views, buy 1 million streams. It's like $10,000 to buy 1 million streams on Spotify. So you could be like, wow, there's all kinds of people, and then it can be 5 stars, 5 stars, thumbs up, thumbs up. It's all fake virality. If the well still works a few years, they can't. Then they can't charge. That's exactly right. Can't charge right. Screw the plugs that run polyurethane liners wrapped around my inner tube. Goes through the tire, but not my inner tube. There you go. Kylo Ren. Nonprofit still has to make a profit somehow, right? I never thought of that perspective. Nonprofit, but only the company, not the employee. Right. Not the employee. Right, exactly. The company is a nonprofit. You can have volunteers, but the administration gets paid a lot of money. $250,000 a year. The average is $250,000, $249,000 a year. A year. So no, and they don't want to lose that. Think about the feminists, the freaking just anybody. Why would you want to cure the anti-feminist problem? Why would you want to stop that? If you first of all, they were like, let's get women to vote, and they got that. But then they were like, oh my God, we're all making tons of money and we're so popular now. We don't want to just go back home. So they're like, okay, what's the next problem? Then the next problem. Then the next problem. And if they run out of problems, they create problems online. They get people to start complaining about stuff, and then it's just cyclical over and over and over again because they don't want to stop. They're making $1 million every 4 years, and if that goes away, what are they going to do? Go work at McDonald's? No, they've been in. Yeah, Mr. Beast did that. What up, Mongrel? When your next stream start, I want to say I usually stream 3 times a day, but probably 3 o'clock. It's 1:30 now. What up, Professor? I was once speaking with an executive at an employee-owned company. He said the owner works with the company. Right. Exactly. It's all marketing. How you doing, Robert? If I can what? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, it's all marketing. Why would they put the name employee-owned? It's so other people think, oh, there's not some CEO that just drains all of these people. No, it's marketing to say, come shop with us because we're an employee-owned company. Even though you don't know any of the employees, none of that matters. It's just a psychological trick. Now, whether it's bad or not is for you to decide. If the boss is bad, then it's bad. If the boss is good, it's good. I should start a nonprofit business. I make so much money. I got $400 in donations and parts. Yeah, right. And you have to administer that. So we need to make sure that we can cover fees and blah, blah, blah. And remember, nonprofits work with other companies that are for profit. So you can start a nonprofit that gets $10 million, but you can also own a for-profit company that the nonprofit hires to do the work that the nonprofit represents. So then the for-profit company, so you can be the CEO of a for-profit and a nonprofit. Now there's corporate veil type stuff. So you probably have your wife or your buddy from college own one or the other, so that there's not can't remember the term, conflict of interest. If you can what? If you can what? I don't understand what you're saying. It's got shock absorbers and all kinds of stuff. That's a plastic jug as a bumper. I mean, as a fender. I'm trying to say, but it won't show you. I'm sorry, brother. My landlord is supposedly a nonprofit. To be fair, the CEO bonuses after. Right, exactly. After the bonuses, there is no profit for the company. So companies have employer identification numbers, right? So that there can't be any profit for that social security number, but you can be for profit. You can make money off the nonprofit, and a lot of people do. Look, dude, Bill Gates, when he left Microsoft, I want to say he had $1.3 billion, $3 billion. He had $3 billion when he left Microsoft, and his point was to start a nonprofit that would give away his money. He's got $100 billion now. So he made freaking 90 some billion dollars trying to give away 3 billion. How does that work? I'm fairly certain those springs are for steer damping. Yeah, possibly. I'm trying to. Look at this. We can zoom in. So the springs, the shaft. I don't know if you can see my mouse pointer, but the shaft right. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, there you go. The shaft right here isn't connected to. Here's the springs just connected to this, but here's solid wood. They're just decoration. Look. So these solid wood supports right here would keep this and this. Oh, you know what it's for? It's for center return. It's so if you turn the wheel, it returns the center. That's what it's for. It's not for suspension. It's to return there's one on each side connected directly to the not drive shaft, steering column. And so when he turns, this one spring will stretch, one will compress, it will return to center. Yeah, we got it. The biggest donation was his divorce. Yup. That's AI. It's not AI, dude. These guys do this. This is very, very huge. There's even big, and you'll see hundreds of people use this. This is a very popular form of transport in sub-Saharan Africa. It's not suspension. Yeah, the forks. There you go. I'm curious about what you think draws you to stream every single day. Like, what does it give you on a deeper level? What do you mean? It's community, right? It's just like why people go to the bar every day but aren't alcoholics. You know, they want people around to talk to share interesting stories with and stuff. Entire front card is suspended by the spring. No, I don't think so. Look, there's a big hunk of wood. Let me get my mouse pointer back. There's a big hunk of wood right under here, right there. Okay, that's keeping this from sliding down. Then you have the entire steering column through, and you have another block of wood right here keeping the steering shaft from sliding through. These pieces of wood here, these A-pillars, right here and right here, are keeping this whole thing together. So it's hard to say. It's almost like it's decoration. It looks like it's return to zero for the, look at the bottom below the frame. There's a block of it, so the suspension would initially bottom out. Yeah, right here, this big block right there for where the forks are, and this block right here, it would go dunk, 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 dunk. It would just slam against that. As soon as he stands on it enough, it's going to put it down. I really think it's so you can let go of the handlebars, basically, and it won't just steer any which way. But I don't know. There you go, steer dampening. There you go. All right, here we go. See, this is why I stream. We're learning about the world. I don't know everything, but I'm going to try to. That's for sure. I'm definitely going to try to. Yeah, so glad we have the same eyes rates. Bum, bum. Community. Oops. And then I saw earlier they had about 5 or 6 of these that are all chained together, pulled by a motorcycle or a moped. So it's basically like these are steerable trailers. I'm having Garth Brooks flashbacks. I got friends in low places where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases. Yeah, that suspension ain't gonna do nothing for all that weight. Not those little springs with copyrighted music. It's 100% the return springs when tilted over the bars, twisted the springs. Yeah. Richard, when are you gonna do your world tour? I don't know. Next year, maybe. Next year, we'll see. Let's go. So I guess you go uphill to where the wood's at, and then just roll it all downhill. Because there's no dampening on that back wheel, that's for sure. No, you can't come sleep over. Hold on, let me see if I got this real quick. I haven't seen it. Oh, sorry, you might be missing it yet. I just switched the ingenuity. No, it's cool. It's cool that they're like, look at this. This is probably diesel, or I'm guessing it's diesel. So they're moving. That's two people moving all that weight with a $10 worth of. Now, yeah, look, that looks fun. Super Obama. Dude, those cargo scooters are genuine. Yeah, look, yeah, right, it works. Yeah, RIP USA. We're working on it. No brakes either. Right, no brakes. You don't see nothing on that. Right, no brakes at all. Yeah, right at his feet. Buy fart coin. What up, big father? I use copyrighted music. Yeah, don't do that either. I'm a YouTube partner, Farm Life. I can't, if I use that, I could lose my income from that. And that's what allows me to keep going. He likes the fart music. I mean, the fart going. Pushing it rather than pulling it looks insane. It's basically a wheelbarrow, like what we use as a wheelbarrow, but for longer distance deliveries. Yeah, all gas, no brakes. What up, Blaze? Blaze? Can I not read? I'm sure. Blaze. The USA will make only feet profiles soon to get some cash. Neither, LJ. Skateboarder. 12 brakes. 12 brakes, neither. I'm not Italian or Jewish. You have baby chicken? I'm 49, January 10th, 1977. Those were Pampers, and I'm guessing diesel. So you're a little bit older and a lot less bolder than you used to be. What up, Space Cow? Oh, there you go. That's look at that. They got carvings in the Okay, so here. Where is this at? This must be like this, I mean, maybe it's still Africa, North Africa maybe, or this looks more like Asia. Did you see the carvings on the front of this thing? Look at that. Let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see this. Look at the carvings. Look at all the carvings on that. Everything. This is the GT or the LX version. Thank you, Super Obama, brother. I knew you were one of us. He'll ride with the truck seats to ride. What up, ND? I deserve to be king. Cambodia or something. Yeah. It looks like, he might be one of you, ND. He might be Vietnamese. I'm not watching it. Farm Life, I'm not watching your copyrighted music stuff. What are you talking about? It looks like your 49cc without a motor. I'll get a copyright strike just to watch your stuff. It's because you got banned for doing copyright stuff and lying about your age. I'm not going to help you. Imagine putting a motor on that thing. Dude, right. Frickin' Space Cow. Oh, all right. I'll watch it after my live. All right, let me see what frickin' Space Cow wacky ass got here for us. Frickin' wacky ass. Jesus, dude. Does your Woody...
He gets small with the cold, Okay, I have something for you. Introducing the Woody Hoodie. The first and only hoodie for your Woody, and the best part is that it fits all sizes and shapes.
Frickin' you wacky ass frickin' space cowboy. You wacky ass space cow. Got no AC, but I feel cool, right? The carving though is freaking gore. It's really nice. I'm so serious. The bike essentially stripped to the frame, only seat and brake. Oh, gotcha. That's all right. It's all right, farm life. Yeah, the engine gets hot and catches the wood on fire, right? Whistling Diesel's latest videos competition of. Oh, I think I saw the thumbnail for that. They made a golf cart or something out of wood. I bought one. It's really soft and warm. Good space cow. How do you keep it on that little thing? Very cool. Yeah, you got to keep moving, right? You got to keep moving if you're moving. All right. So like this guy, he's got a freaking big old watch right there. So this is for the internet. Like if he was to make his own, he's going to use a lathe, he's going to use drills. This is for the internet. Like, look how nice and sharp that camera is. That watch ain't cheap. The Flintstone special. It says link in bio. I mean, whether that's goes somewhere or not, but it looks like, I bet you it is. Looks like a primitive Honda monkey. Yeah, like for real. He would have cut it when he cut off the log. He would have cut it to the length or the width that he wanted. He wouldn't have made. This is so he could get footage. And he's gonna, honestly, they don't even need the rubber part. The wood is soft enough to have better traction than rubber. Until it gets wet, and then you're gonna slide side to side. Especially when it starts to wear. Try looking up Honda Monkey. No, Richard, can you cut my wood, freaking mongrel? If you be my bodyguard, I can be your long lost pal. You can call me Eddie. Eddie, when you call me out, call me out. Honda Monkey is cute. It make me want more than the Grom. Okay. Andy, I think we have talked about this before. Honda Monkey. Yeah. This has come up before. The Monkey retro mini motorcycle. It's like I think it's 80 cc's. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I see no issue with sliding in the rain. It's fun how to control it. I see no issue until there's cars around you. Have you seen the bamboo bike? Not yet. And do your channel is a scam. He's a Grom. Everyone's he's a Grom. Is awesome on the gas. Grom is cool as well. It's 125. Okay, that's pretty cool. At least I have a channel moo cow. That's right. At least he has one. It is, but I've fallen in love with the Papio SS and the CL126 6-speed transmission. 6-speed transmission. Yeah. No screws. Just a hammer and a machete. And that big ass watch, that's no joke. He's showing that off. No, that ain't no Chinesium. Oh, what is that? That's a rod. Oh, that's his hinge. His hinge. Bend over them nails. Andy spends a lot of time with Mr. Brownstone. You can get a lot of awesome modifications of Honda Grom. That is if you live in America. You can't do nothing in Denmark without breaking the law. It looks SS like a mini car bike from 70s and 80s with that front fairing. Makes me want to buy one and may turn it into a mini. Do it, brother. Do it and film it. Chinesium is what? Chinesium Wolverine's claws are made out of, like Chinesium animanium. Yes, yes, yes. But not nearly as... No, Chinesium animanium. The tweaker e-bike. Twerker? I like the Grom, but it has 5-speed trans lacking something. It's lacking for something that small. Put nitrous on that sum of gum. Dude, do you know, back in the day, so kids used to hit nitrous out of whipped cream bottles, right? They called them whippets. You can use that same thing. You can use those whippet charges to blast in your intake of your motor scooter or whatever. Just be careful, because you have to use one hand to trigger the nitrous, and you got to hold on to it can happen. And if you don't have to have a chained sprocket, but if you have a belt, it'll just sit there and spin and smoke when the motor's like, wah! But yeah, it works. Mook, has anyone told you I love you today? I love you. I figured you meant tweaker. 3,000 USD for anything above 500 is expensive. The Chinese are really peaceful. Yeah, I love the Chinese. They invented gunpowder 1,200 years ago and didn't try to conquer the world. No, hey, listen. Two things can be true at the same time, right? They make a lot of cheap products for the world. Absolutely, stuff that's like pot metal and stuff, and they're great people. And there's differences between the leadership and the people. But I agree. But two things can be true at the same time. Maybe use a bazillion. Maybe use a ballon after the show. Don't get sugar in your tank. Maybe use a balloon after the show. Don't get sugar in your tank. They made one called Galaxy Gas. Yes. That's so crazy, dude. That stuff is so addictive, especially for kids, man. You have money and dude, I remember seeing kids have these Galaxy Gas tanks in TikTok videos in school, walking between class, fishing out freaking in the middle of it's so crazy. Yeah. Creating addicts. And to be fair, going back to I think they are Vietnamese, ND, and going back to now I forgot what I was talking about because I lost it. Have you seen people? Yes, don't do that either. Don't do that either. It's 105 in the real world miles per gallon. My bike currently gets 90 on a 1 gallon tank. Lasts a little over a week. Right? Yeah. Right. Listen. Carburation wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It's how you tune it and how you drive it. Same thing. A lot of injection setups are meant to they're meant to use more fuel at a lot of tunings than they should. So I don't need to be told I love you because I'm not a girly man like yourself. Look at that. That's the freaking gang right there. That is the gang. They ain't playing around at all. Wow. That's no freaking joke, dude. That is the freaking... you're not a girly man. You're a manly girl. MTV's Jackass Government Mind Control. Yes. Yeah. You don't get on shows like that without taking placements from abso-freaking-lutely. Yes, yeah. Look, dude, listen, you don't act like that and not it absolutely not. You act like the people that were in that were very well trained in most cases or under the supervision of very well trained people. When they worked around alligators and stuff, the alligators were pre-fed in order to not be hungry. Imagine some kid wanting to be Jackass 12 and just says, oh, here's some alligators. No. Yeah. Dude, carbs are the way to ever go for cheap reliability. You've got me effed up opening the engine, simple and fix the injector problem. Right, yeah. You don't need to write some carb. If you have a problem with your carb cleaner, with your carb cleaner. If you have a problem with your fuel injectors, it's ripping an engine apart to get to your fuel injectors and replacing a fuel injector. Yeah, it's crazy. It makes you wonder about the guy that ran his car on water. They disappeared him. Yeah, that was and he was on the news. They had newscasters come by to drive it, like inspect the car and everything. Stan Myers was his name. Stanley Myers. Yeah, face down in a plate of spaghetti. Heart attack in a restaurant. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And what you need first is a very efficient engine. So you need the least amount of, it's called Brown's gas. It's when you break water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then just use that off gas. You don't just try to use the hydrogen separately. So you can just off gas it directly into your carb. So get it as efficient as an engine as possible, and then you don't need to replace an 8-cylinder that uses a gallon a mile with that volume of Brown's gas. Speaking of carbs, I hate the idiot that assembled the old carb. Those bolts are so tight to strip them with my hand. Yeah, brother. Yeah. He's done with that. Ugh, that's going to you now. Yep. He put too many ugga-duggas into it. Look at that. Look how they decorate it and everything with old pieces of tire. And carving into the wood. And staining and sealing. And burning. Dude, look at that, dude. They ain't playing around. Those are the guys you get your herbs from. That's awesome. A gay serial killer was just caught in my hometown. He was a toy train collector. Have you seen that video? He's welding gas and haunted murder. Welding gas is typically starts with an acetylene from calcium carbide and water. People need to learn that tight means a quarter, but they're not 5 extra turns. Right. They want to bury the bolt into the frame, not tighten it properly. That's what it was. Acetylene. Oxyacetylene is oxygen and acetylene. So you have an oxygen tank and an acetylene tank. And then oxyacetylene is the technique. Acetylene is the flammable gas. Oxygen is the oxidizer. Yeah, right. You don't. Yeah, right. Yeah, I have one. I have a small one also. Yeah. The motor exploded. Yeah, you don't want to mix oxygen with that, dude. Absolutely not. That's so much more expressive than gasoline. Absolutely. You got asthma? I got asthma. My gas is confluzzled. Okay, sorry. There you go. See, look at that. See, they still have a storage area and a seat. No suspension at all. He's like, I don't need all that. I'll just pay. Oh yes, they do have. Look, they use rubber wrapped around this way rather than springs for the return to zero for the. You see that right there, right here. That's their. He's using a return to zero. He's using he's got one on each side, so it returns to zero. I see. No, it's boom. Yeah, cushion. Definitely. What up, Poro Atole? Man, I can't freaking read. You got booty cheeks for a reason. Natural cushion for the. You freaking wagon news. There you go. Works in wet and dry weather. They need to have orange flag in the back. They're wearing an orange flag. There you go. Getting done what they need getting done. Oh, yeah. Now you don't want to be the guy in the back. Now what are you going to do? Now you're running down a freaking side of a cliff. No, that's freaking awesome. That, putting chains on it. That's gonna spit so much mud. Born to stream. That's right, John. And if you guys look at the projections of live streaming, it's supposed to like quintuple, go from like, I think it's, let me look what it was. No, we don't have to look at it right now. But I think it's supposed to go from like 100 billion to 400 billion by 2030. I mean, think about it. You have freaking politicians and stuff doing live streams and doing podcasts and stuff. Now it looks like it costs more money than it makes. Maybe Dornstein. Dorstein. I guarantee that 125cc bike carrying those logs. Yeah, I guarantee it too. Might be a 180, maybe. Yeah, 125 most likely. Yeah. Hey, maybe 180 we do better. It's free to donate. Yep, absolutely. If you're talking about the stream, you can either go into the bio and go buy me a coffee, or if you're talking about donating to me, or you can use, if you use YouTube, they get 30%. But whatever, either way. I appreciate it. Rich, are you getting a haircut before Passover? No. No, Aaron. No, Aaron. How you doing, brother? But it doesn't cost you anything to donate. Yeah. Love the fact that he beefed up the rear springs. Yeah, they got double. Yep. Yep, absolutely. This bike looks like it was well modified for this purpose. Hashtag Baldrich. It ain't happening. And they got that thing tuned for torque. They probably have a smaller rear sprocket also. Wait, I thought they just put a chain on the tire. Now it's not there anymore. Now look how skinny that tire is. Look at that. Look at that gas tank in the front. Look at that gas tank in the front and the water bottle right there. They got the gas line running right out of it. All right, what's ND got here? Freaking ND. Hold on. Here's ND's caricature of me.
We outside doing stupid shit. Shout out to my brother Richard, a.k.a. I Fell First. Richard is an ancient being who is scared to go bald because he don't think he will be able to grow that shit back. Pathetic. Hashtag Richard is gay in the chat.
Shut up. Freaking wackadoo. Hashtag Richard makes me want to fix my e-bike so I can go crawling some mud rocks again. Thank you, ND. That was good. That's what AI is best for. That's got the chain on it now. He's got a weird chain on it. At least he's using a chalk. Yeah, his uncle Hoss trail stuff. M6 brother used to tell me stories after. My brother used to tell me stories after a bomb run. We go to battle assessments. Freaking stupid. ND. Gee. They use broken chains for a lot of stuff. Look at that. No, that's crazy. Is it? I don't know if this is just to make scooters or if this is actually to. This is just how they get wood up the hill. Look how bald that back tire is. That's probably why they need to use chains too. I'm only kidding. Richard is my best American amigo. Bam! Thank you, ND. You're my best Denmarkian, Danish amigo. Ho Chi Minh, Uncle Ho Chi Minh. There you go. The Ho Chi Minh Trail. I bet they do. Broken chains are going to be acquired. Yeah, right. Now, and if you have issues with resources, whatever you get, you don't throw nothing away. Denmarkian. Yeah, I don't even know if that's a word. The chili was very good. Yeah. Chili was very good. We're gonna have roast tonight. I'll have some video and pictures of it going up. Chili is really good. Yeah. I make a homemade big old pot of it. Lasts about a week. Look if there's rubber on my. I look to see if there's rubber on my. It ain't bald yet. Hey, yeah, there's still got rubber on it. It ain't bald. It stays on. There you go. See that? That was a kickstart. Fat bong, brother. Hey, don't worry about no batteries. They ain't got no lights or nothing on that. So you ain't got to worry about a dead battery in the middle of the. Look, so they put the chain on the tire. Then remember they only had 4 logs on that before, so now they overloaded it and put that stuck valve. Come on, we should have known it. That's what I was thinking, dude. I was like, no. I mean, but you know, how you doing, Adam? We should have had what we did. I wonder what the ICC would say about bikes and logs. Yeah, right. Or OSHA. 2016 CY50A. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So look at this. Hold on. Look at the handlebars right here. Let's see if I missed it or not. Okay, where was it? Let me see what I got. Alright. There, okay, look at the handlebars right there. Look at them. They're just welded onto that plate right there. Absolutely. That's probably, they ain't worrying about a bracket or nothing. They want that to work. The symptoms were all clear. It's all disturbed basically in the frame. Yeah, they don't want no extra weight. It's all right. That's all right. But now you know. In the future, right? Yeah, it doesn't look very effective. Chill, brother. I mean, but it's what they got to work with. But they've got cameramen and stuff around. They had people helping push before. It's a cute moped. To be fair, I'm a novice. I'll learn more one day. I'll learn more day. Yeah. I used to have a PG. Well, the thing is, if you would ask AI, it would tell you blown head gasket, stuff like that. That's a big problem, right? Because it's just don't with a freaking wrench, starts right back up, no problem, and a lot of people would pay or trash it, yeah. Mechanic. Is that it in South African? How to make a good chili as an Indian is edible, eat alone without anything else. I eat it with when I make chili, I make it very thick. I use a lot of beef, a lot of beans, and I eat it as a dip basically. So I get every bite is like a freaking saltine cracker, and so I eat less for each meal, so it lasts me like two meals a day for a week, and it costs like $8. It's here, it needs to work, but it's terrified any CC above 200. But I crave a 650. Dorstein. It's from the name Dustin. Oh, I didn't know that. Dustin Dorstein. Dustin. I didn't know that. There you go, brother. Thank you. To break, add a stick to the pile of logs. Yeah, it should be fat. It can get very dangerous no matter how skilled you are. Now, that's in I don't know what I'm doing, speak. That's in I don't know what I'm doing, speak. Mechanically inclined. You the man. That's the way I like it, too. Bam. Yeah, it's good, dude. It's good chili. Yeah, it's really good. Dude, at least that's his airbags. So he ain't gonna hit the ground with all those. What's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Name one. Dude, Thriller, Bad, like those originals way back in the day. The frickin' there. I mean, dude, there is no favorite for mine. There's no favorite. He's got so many great songs that were part of my childhood. Oh, trust me, I'm aware. I'd like to get comfortable with the basics before I upgrade, and also own a car. The bucket's all I need right now. It's $4.84 for a full tank. That's no big deal. I would want to cruise. I'm not a huge road fan. I like mud, rocks, and dirt. Yeah, follow what you love. And remember, there's a lot of people that love the same. So offer them some sort of entertainment, you know. Went straight to the 80s. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's where it's at. You know, I was born in 77. So that was like, I dressed up like Michael Jackson. I wore that red fake leather jacket that I got for $1.50 from the Salvation Army. You know, wore one white glove, even though it was like a mitten. It wasn't like the spark, you know, all that. Absolutely. I've dressed up like Michael Jackson probably a half dozen times or more for Halloween. And I'm a big fan of long sweeping gravel roads. I made it. For about $10, you can buy an old $8 microphone and replace the capsules. So it was originally a standard $12 XLR mic that I put changed the FET in it and changed the capsule. So it's an Electret that's got a JFET circuit in it. Sounds preferential. Dor means Thor and Steen means stone. I mean, as a warrior, I had to come comparable to Thor. I'm basically Thor. It's old enough to remember him in Jackson 5. Yeah, dude, that's it. Listen, MTV didn't exist before, 1984 or maybe after that. So we had, if it was on the actual television, broadcast television with the bunny ears and stuff, you were huge. Off-road water, I love it. Speaking of the XR650, oh my God, that thing is a beautiful machine. So many documented cases of factory bikes and 140,000 miles without engine rebuild. That's something. I like off-road stuff, mechanical speed. Yeah, listen, and everybody should learn how their bodies work and how their forms of transportation work. Absolutely. If a motorbike motors were as cheap as gum, we have them in cars too. Listen, there are some small cars that use them. Absolutely. And look how much power they get. You couldn't put this much wood on top of a little 3-cylinder car. It wouldn't go anywhere because the trannies are all whacked out and whatnot. All right. 640cc thumper. They race them in the Dakar rally. It breaks, replace. Right. I'm surprised. And these extra spoke tires, rims on there, keeping up. 49cc engines, about $200 brand new. See, you can get delivered, right? All right. These guys are milking it. Uh-oh, something broke. Fixing it on the road. Yeah, they got extra suspension welded on, added on. The GR Yaris is a good example. Code machine doesn't tout the same a lot. Toyota's got wings right. There you go. It's gonna drive off the cliff. Can it steer? I'm confused. 300 horsepower, 3-cylinder, 100% crazy. Yeah, right. It was the 1970s America oil crisis that caused a super decrease in engine power and output, more towards fuel economy. But if you know what you're doing, you can tune it. There's this African guy who created his own ECM swap. So you can rip the ECM out of your car, put in this ECM, and you can tune it however you want. He touts up to 400% more fuel mileage than the standard ECMs. And I'll see if I can find the video of I should have jotted down the name of it, but yeah, it's you know where the crank position, you can read the crank position sensor, so you know when you need a spark, you know when you need to add fuel. But I want to moto tour with my wife, so I can get a big boy and support weight plus gear. Telefunken mics are great, and one of the biggest studio album I recorded in was on a $3,000 Telefunken. It was a huge capsule mic that had another huge tube preamp that it went to. It's for another random fact. If you're English, American, or Australian, you probably have German ancestors. German nomads split into two groups, went to Scandinavia, other went to England. Bam! There we go. The chain's off the tire now. Okay, this is rewinding or something. Okay, now it's a different frame because now it's got a bunch of stuff on it. So they're just chopping stuff together. All fun and games, so I put a Miata boasting GT 1500 turbine gas in the power plant. Okay, so that's not just for making bikes, that's some serious stuff. All in a day's work. What is this? This steam powered? What is this? Hold on, what? Look at that. What about the quad bike? Telefunken is pretty big. It had Telefunken TV. Weird name though. Yep, German bike. Ken gets a pretty huge off-road quad bikes. Complicated way to make your transmission is sequential. It's the pattern that it receives audio in. Some of them are omnidirectional, and it's also it's the how the capsule. You have to look into microphone capsule performance and design. It's the pattern, condenser or cardioid shotguns use. It gets complicated, but yeah, quads are. We can do a microphone stream one day. Quads are cool, but not all road American illegal. The part because they're classified UTV and ATVs, which are off road only. That's correct. What is that? That looks thick, boy. Look at that, dude. This is what you do when you're retired and you got money. What up, Georgie? Dude, this dude's like, I want to train and nothing's going to stop me. I didn't say. Who said you lied? Your name isn't Georgie. Oh, I lied. I turned that transmission to a CVT by simply giving 2% throttle. All that torque. What up, Professor? Yeah, same in Denmark. It's possible to get number plates on quads. Denmark is very difficult for some reason. I thought quads were road legal in the U.S. No. Yeah, lies. Watch or read. What to read or watch to learn about mics alone. Go to the microphone companies' websites. Like go to Telefunken's website, go to Shore's website, and learn. Like look at their data sheets. Data sheets there is some marketing in data sheets, but data sheets are the data that the marketing material comes off of. If you want to skip the best mic in the world, listen to what crows fart a mile away. No, go to the data sheet and see the data. I've seen someone drive a backwards truck. Yeah, there's a couple of them now. Yeah, one's got really popular. Dude's getting millions of dollars. Fat bong, brother. CVT is eighth deadly sin. This train used during the industrial. Brother, I think this is a new invention. I think this dude made one for himself. And you've got to jump through the hoops and buy a dirt bike. And yeah, it's definitely not street legal. Listen, it's just like how shoplifting's not illegal in some places in America. It's illegal, but they don't charge you for it. It's not worth pulling you over and possibly you wrecking and killing yourself or hurting yourself or somebody else. So it's I guess it's like a go-kart. Can't hear you. I don't know. Can you guys hear me? No, I got la la la. Yep, I'm going out. Audio's going out. That's you, Professor. What up, Bob D? My guy. Uh-oh. Off in some steam here. Look at that. Yeah, he made this thing. You run out of gas, you use wood. Well, go-karts aren't only things that use CTV. Remember correctly, playing mine equipment that use CTVs for trench. That I do not know.
St. Jude Partner and Hope is
that's all right, brother. I'm doing good, Abdi, brother.
My regular monthly budget.
Liberian girl, you came in, you changed my world.
Is because they're actually in it.
If that thing goes, it's big. Torque converters and etc. Yeah, Subaru has gone full CVT as well. Seems that they're growing in popularity. Well, now that the reliability is so much higher with CVTs, they had to get their kinks worked out. Thomas is hotboxing the shed. Thomas is hotboxing the shed. That's funny. That's funny, Dorstein. Sorry, Dorstein. That's funny. That thing ain't got no suspension. What's the question, brother? Crazy thing is CVT is apparently killing Honda's reputation. Hey, well, the problem with a lot of things, CVTs, transmissions related when they're new, isn't making a kick-ass one. It's making one that you can mass produce. They should be CVTs are easy to tune, lightweight, super efficient, maintaining constant engine RPM, engine. Yeah, right. That's why they're so efficient, so good. All over the show. Is car not engine practical? Car, no, I do not know. I do not know what that is. How can you get? I just keep going, Abdi. You got to keep going. You move your goal to have 1,000 subscribers instead of it being today. Make it in 6 months, and you got to keep putting content out. Keep putting it out. I probably got more than 1,000 videos. CVTs exploding come from the incorrect tuning belts. Right, sure, right, yeah. I'm biased, I know. Water engine is best. I love it. This is a water engine right here. This is a water engine. When I worked at Home Depot, I got quickly put up a greater long-short store. This company policy to encounter shoplifting and individuals with no scruples such as crime to let it slide. Absolutely. It's too expensive. You got to prosecute. You got to prosecute all these people. That means you have to pay lawyers. Topic choo-choo right now, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with being biased. I prefer manuals over any other gearbox. The CVT is just so easy work with cruise. Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. The reason, if you understand, some people know how to operate a vehicle, and some people know how to drive a car, drive a truck. Like, you know when it feels right, when it sounds right, when you want the power, not when you're expecting, because most of them are tuned for efficiency, for highway driving. If you want to get into a situation where you need all the torque now, you got to tell the computer to operate the CVT in such a way. But instead, you just, bam, jam it in the second, jam it in the first. I'd actually like to dig try CVT Miata, big go-kart. Yeah, do it. Make it happen. No, hey, those of me, that's all right, Toast, brother. I'm the carnivore teacher. That's what I'm saying, Adam. You don't need to shift at 60 miles per hour, 120, just with the gas and go. Yep. That's freaking amazing right there. Think about this. This is what's going on back in the backwoods of America. People are making freaking steam train stuff. They're like, go ahead, try to throw a government kill switch in there. I had my first driving lesson on public roads yesterday. There you go, ND. Take over the world. Take over the world, my brother. Miatas are super rare here in South Africa. Hard to find one at a reasonable price. Hard to find a junk one, too. Dude, you can get a dime a dozen here. I mean, look, okay, let's look. Hold on. Let's see. Oops. Let's see. Used Miatas near me. $4,000, $5,000, $7,000, $8,000. Let's say under $2,000. $2,000. $3,000, $4,000, $2,000, $12,000, $3,066. This one says $10 million, $9,999,999, 28,000. So these are used car lots, but if you go into the if you go farther down to find like people selling them, you can definitely find them if you get out like Auto Trader, because they're going to double the price. They're going to get them for $2,000 and sell them for $4,000 or $5,000. Anyway, my bad. Two brothers making trains now. Something's else going on. Just import scrap Miatas there. Yeah, if you can set up an import-export company, like work with somebody, you got the internet, work with somebody in America, and talk with people that have money in your area and say, I want to start importing this, do this. I need $10,000. You know, import your first Miata. Like, if you're gonna import one Miata, you might as well import 4 because you can fit 4 into a automotive shipping container, probably 6. So it's gonna be the same shipping cost because it's by container, not by weight. Hence my envy. I'm gonna take over the world. You live under my command. Thank you, Papa Rummy. Thank you, my brother. I'd love to own a Mercedes W class. Double miles are rare in America and super common places like, yep. Imagine being the guy to invent trains, never being able to see how they evolved today, you know? I wish I knew. I wish I do a lot to own a Miata. Yeah, you can make it happen, brother. Listen, you can make anything happen. You need 2 things. You need the drive and you need the money. The money, money's plentiful for those that have good ideas. Think about how many millionaires want to invest money so they don't pay taxes on it. It's not, people just think it's hard, so they don't even try. Want to see me eat 100 earthworms? Hold on. 100 earthworms with chops? Ugh, geez. No, the issue is everybody wants something I already built. They don't want to buy a frame body bow one. Much better understand your machine. Yep, I agree. W202s are common. Money crabs. Hey, can I take help? Hey, can I take help from ChatGPT and learning telefunken? If you're going to use ChatGPT to gain knowledge, don't ask it to teach you. Ask it where to get the knowledge. Give me links to where I can find this information, because it'll lie to you. Things called hallucinations. It'll lie to you flawlessly. I got the drive, ain't got the money. Got to get the money. You got to come up with the idea. Go. Even though you're not in America, go to SBA.gov, smallbusinessadministration.gov. Download for free, fill out for free a business plan, small business plan, and you can use that anywhere in the world to take to people and be like, this is the plan, this is how much money I need, this is how I plan to make more money from it. And even things you haven't thought of are in business plans. So fill it out, and then don't just say, hey dude, I got a great idea. Be like, hey dude, here's a great idea. They can look over it, they can see the numbers, they can see where you might screw up and where to help and whatnot. All right, let's see what's next. Here we go, off-road. Which of these pizzas have you heard? Pizza brand offers have you heard of? Large one topping. Little Caesars. Sorry. There you go. Here you go. Six by 6. Money's a bitch. Look at that. He's trying. I'll do my granddad on a 4x4 swap VW Dune buggy. Next year we're moving to the next city. Give me some advice. Thanks. Network. Find people in the communities you live in or you plan on going to. Meet your neighbors. Meet your neighbors. And offer something. If there's a skill you have, offer it. If you can be a plumber, if you can be an electrician, if you can be a carpenter, if you can be a computer repair person, whatever, anything. Offer a skill. Let people around you know of the skills you have. Euros instantly. It's got reverse gear in that thing still. Look at that freaking thing. Look at all the stickers he's got on that thing. Look at all the sponsors he's got. He said, I want to do this for YouTube. I need money. They're like, here, use this transmission, use these tires, use this, get it for free. My skill is scamming. Sweet. Look at lack the engine though. Look at visit the businesses, ask questions, steal with your eyes. He can change the tire pressure on the fly. Slow down, brother. See, here's where a CVT would work. You could slow down the tire speed and still keep the torque. I'd love to see some trials built in the Tata AT18s. They're trial. All right, that's all. Look at the external roll cage. External roll cage.
Hello, everyone. Today we've got a fresh batch of workplace disasters that'll have you shaking
right,
your
right.
head.
So he can if you saw on the side of the tire, he's got variable. He can tune his tire pressure. He's probably not worried. He's probably worried about not flipping the thing. But yeah, I can't lie. I have no idea what that is. What? Tatra. I don't even know what it is either. You talking about the Tatras T818s? I don't even know what a Tatra is.
And laughing out loud.
Me
Come
neither.
on, haven't we all seen this before?
Maybe we
Let's
can learn.
get started.
Let's find out. Let's learn. Let's learn what it is. Oh, I typed in the wrong spot. Oh, there you go. Those freaking big ass things. Oops, I hit shopping. That ain't gonna work. These big ass things. Eight by 4x4, eight by eights. Looks trials course looks out. Well, we'll get into it at some point. Central, yeah, CIS Central. That's what. Yeah, that you can see it here on the tire where from the hub. And so let me zoom in from the hub onto where the valve stem would be. You see it right there on the hub where the valve stem would be. It can, yeah. Let me shrink all this down again. Oops. I gotta find a better way to do resizing. Ding. Yeah, sweet. Rally trucks look so much fun. Nerdy shit. So, me too, chill, brother. Me too.
Skipping the pain.
And then we got to go to recess and watch people being idiots. Then we'll go back to nerdy stuff. I'm a qualified C1 driver, and even scooting around in a V6 Mercedes Sprinter makes me feel like the king of the road. The Dakar Kamaz, even cooler, 8 tons, hitting 120 miles an hour in open deserts. Open desserts.
Clocked in.
Oh my god.
Don't walk with it. You're getting paint everywhere. Yeah, 6x6 bouncing off dudes is my kind of hell. Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad I got that on snap.
His boobs broke. Desert spills backwards is stressed. Yeah, if you don't get dessert, you get stressed. This 4x4 version design thing left to have a 6x6 weigh 13 from the factory. We're hitting the dunes. Booyah.
Yep, that was absolutely not the plan.
Watch it. Watch that thing doesn't come out and hit you in like the head or something. Go!
Can you imagine? I've been fascinated by the reverse trailing arms they use.
Why did that
The
almost
front
look
axle.
on purpose?
No 6x6 for me then. Not yet. You got time. All-wheel drive Miata. When? Make a plan, brother. Make a plan. When do you want it? When can you get it?
Never seen gravity cooperate this politely.
There goes the TV. Oh, he hit the sprinkler system. Madame backwards is Madame backwards. Nope. Madam I am Adam is Madam I am Adam backwards. ND. Madam I am Adam is Madam I am Adam backwards. Sadly, there's no certain rallies that have those 6x6s ripping through forests. If I can find my name quickly. See if I can find. Yeah. Oh, hold on. No. Sadly, but there's certain rallies that have them. Okay, gotcha. I can't read. I'm still learning how to read.
At least the cup survived the chaos.
The cup moss. That broke my brain. Did you not know that, Andy? For like the past 6 months. Yeah, Madam I am Adam is Madam I am Adam backwards. See if he catches it. See if he catches it, Adam. It's not true. I thought he was gonna. I totally thought he was gonna be like, "Wow." That's why it broke my brain. Like, wait a second. Like, what? Right.
That shot isn't scoring anything today.
Right through the hole. Ooh! Oh, what the hell was that? I found it. I found it at the Rizlau. They use old Urals. The 6x6. Thought it was getting around. Richard backwards is bald. They do be scooting. All right. Insano mode. There's things that rip through the roads above 60 miles an hour. We are different people. We are rally people. Yep, taking on Mother Earth. All right, let's get to some points here. There it is.
Well,
it's gonna have copyrighted music in it.
Best Estonian
Was like
completely.
Damn it! They got all kind of copyrighted music in there. There are so many cars to choose from. Yep. Let's see what that was. All right. Yeah, can't watch that. Can't watch that. Jeez. What was that? Sorry. Can you please check if Fifth Mandela effect?
This love seat rejects love and extra weight.
Can you please check if the Mandela effect shows a fifth village person? Mandela effect village people. The Mandela effect often involves about their costumes, with Native American remembered as a chief but wearing a different headdress. Some members of the band. Some falsely recall the members being different in lineups. Yeah, it says, I clearly remember 5 members, a cop, a Native American, a cowboy, a construction worker. Yep, yeah, that's definitely a Mandela effect. But whether I know it's true or not, it's a problem. We're not going to get into it, obviously, but it says 4, and some it says 5. I could get an E6. Do they say there's mud in your eye? Why do they say there's mud in your eye when you make a toast? Here's mud in your eye. Oh, right. That's a good question. I do not know the answer. Meaning behind here's mud in your eye. Let's see. Old-fashioned toast with cheers bottoms up. It implies camaraderie, shared enjoyment, but why? Oh, horse racing. The winning jockey would have thrown mud in the eyes of second place. So like here you go. I'm gonna win. Here's mud in your eye. Build your own cars. Or are very hard to get design engineers. No. It's not. And nowadays they're all Lego parts. You get the motor you want, the transmission that works with the motor that performs how you want, the differential that so it's not difficult. That's what they do nowadays. Like Lamborghini and stuff, they take pre-existing Lego parts and they make a different shell. But they take what they can get from what already exists. Creating a new motor, a new transmission would be way. It's only done once every couple of years. Yeah, absolutely. VTEX. Oh my god. Makes you got to build your own. What's going down, Talix? Old subs make me scream my shorts. Make me cream my shorts about when they switch back. The Jets are not building cars, right? What up, who's fail? Who's a fail? Do you know how far sound can travel from blowing through a cow horn? The Vikings never in a sewage Houston. Yeah, it depends on the temperature and the humidity, right? It can go freaking miles. Yeah, I've heard of the 100-year cycle. Yes, sir. We were talking a little bit about that earlier, Talik. I probably stick together. Something really works. Like an formula car would be very simple. Just need the money. Just my backyard there with Saab 930. We're under part scarcity over here. Yeah, Saab, trying to keep Saabs running is not easy. Theoretically, right? The thing is that our technology is so much more advanced now. So just like World War I, Civil War and whatnot, you had to have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people shooting bullets at each other, and now we've got laser guided munitions, drones and whatnot. So yes, there may be a war, but add the technology into the 100-year equation and it should be less deadly each. We'll see though, right? We'll see. This isn't America, man. Do you think Judas Priest was gay? Yeah, he was gay. He said he was gay. He was huge about being. Yeah, he didn't mind it. He didn't hide it. I'm aware, boss. That's why I said it's circumstantial. Oh, I didn't read. When I was in college, I had this teacher that had a sub fetish. It's definitely going to be a cyber. Oh, without a doubt. There was one the other day, Talix. There was one the other day. Yeah, there was one the other day. I want to say like 3 days ago, cyber attack last week. Cyber. March 11th and 13th, U.S. medical technology giant Stryker caused global disruptions to its Microsoft environments, wiping employee data and forcing office closures. An Iran-aligned attacking group, Handala, claimed responsibility from the Middle East. Yeah, so it's already happening, right? It's just if they don't put it in the news, most people don't know about it. Yeah, I remember watching my granddad rip all car bodies off the frame, weld new mounting brackets. Right, it's exactly what you need to know how to do. Fabrication. Our junkyards don't have Plymouths and Corvettes. They have junk. Yeah, I don't know, John. I guess to some people it is. Yeah. A bunch of rat rods and fossil get road legal here. South Africa, brother. Look at another man's junk. One man's junk is another man's treasure. Also, it's sad you can't legalize rat rods. I mean, in America, if they pass inspection, you can build your own car. It just has to pass inspection. You don't have to buy a car. You just got to build one that passes. All right, most junkyards here have junk. We got a lot here that have a lot of good stuff and junk. And listen, sometimes if they're too good, they get crushed. Like if they're cars that have been seized from drug dealers and stuff like that, they'll smash them. And so they just don't resell straight away. I think they're looking for stuff hidden in them. That's why I tell people that $5K in cash in purse in your bank account might get wiped out. I agree 100%. I remember a cornucopia that's in Fruit of the Loom. Now it's not. No. Listen, I remember that too. I had nothing but Fruit of the Loom when I was young. And I remember the cornucopia too. That's that crazy freaking. My viewpoint differs. There's metal. I can bend it into shape, modify it, and use ain't junk to me. Right. One man's trash is another man's treasure. We could. It won't be very legal. Would change. You'll get away with it. Bribes. Yeah. What up, Scott? That's what I'm saying, Talik. Listen, and think about that. if you can create, if you have a company, an old company that's kind of just gone by the wayside, you're making some money but you're not booming, and you can convince the people in charge of the technocracy and the marketing to make a big change, and then you can go back in time if you so to speak. Google owns the Wayback Machine. So if you want to say, oh, something I said, you can write that. And then people have to start going through, and then they'll start looking and buying thrift versions and new versions. It puts the brand in your head. It freshens it up for people. This is why a lot of musicians and actresses and actors and actresses do things that are seemingly stupid to become relevant in the news cycle again. It's a lot of it is straight fake. Imagine if Beth watches your channel and starts super chatting money under a name. If Beth watches your channel and starts super chatting money under a name you wouldn't, like Farrell Fawcett or Telly Savalas. What's wrong with that? I'm cooking lamb's meat now, and it's on the soon baked oyster mushrooms. Oh, brother, that's what you got for dinner. How's weather there in Holland, Scott? I'm in America as long as it passes safety nonsense. Right. It's like $25, 400 rand. There you go, brother. Get them muscles. Jolt Soda was originally Red Bull. In America, yeah. It was twice the caffeine and twice the sugar. That was the labeling. That was the marketing for it. Yeah, and I drank it. Give me 83, 88 Monte Carlo SS with T-tops. I'm right there with you, Talik. My next door neighbor when I was growing up used to build what do they call it? It was half motorcycle, front motorcycle. The back was a Corvette. So front end Corvette damage, they would cut him in half. Trikes. He would build trikes, and he would restore like 80s models Monte Carlos. So they were in my view every day. Americans don't know what the magic of a 1.9 TDI, the European 2JZ. I'm not paying $25 a month to drive my car. I'd rather deal with trying to lose cops. I don't spend a bunch of money, get fun out of it. Where's the ribs? No, not ribs, brother. Tonight's going to be the roast. Fat bong. TDI is a word. Well, yeah, it is. It's great. Actually, sunny. Too sunny? 18 Celsius. That's what, 60 degrees? 60? 25 is 75, right? 18 Celsius to Fahrenheit. 64. Okay. VW trikes were pretty badass. Right. So so they would have a VW motor in the back. When they did the Beetle ones, the Beetle trikes, the VW motor in the back, but they still had a front end that was a motorcycle. And I don't know if they bonded the transmissions together or not, but they definitely still ran like motorcycles. The issue in South Africa is jail. They'll easily just chuck you in for any number of reasons. Yep. Yeah, are you slow cooking it or smoking it? Slow cooking it. Yeah, I don't even own a smoker. I do love smoked meat, but I don't own a smoker. If I was to have a party, or like when my neighborhood has a party, there's somebody with a smoker and we'll do a lot, but I don't smoke individual portions. Or individual. Hello, watcher of the internet. Adam is fine. What up, Jeremy? Best trucks ever made, 1940. Ford COE. John Curioni, a buddy of mine, had a 1940 with a bumper that was solid freaking steel, like about 12 inches thick and wrapped around the front with that hood that took two people to lift up because it didn't have air pistons or to assist you. I'm just an a-hole. I could not care less if it's legal or not as long as I'm thank you, brother Scott. You look like an actor in a movie I was watching a few days ago. Wow, how much you look like him. You look like Gary the Gaper from Man Ass Powders Volume 3. Thank you, brother Toxic. You got the same name as me. My name's Richard also. Toxic Rick. Scott, no longer. I'm fine. How are you? Brisket, agreed. I freaking love it. With this pink smoke ring around it. Yeah. Do you like that song? Well, I'm proud to be an American. Well, at least I know I'm free. I hear it a lot down here. Absolutely. I sing along when it comes on. My neighbors hate it when I warm my bike up at 3 a.m. center stand full throttle. Go for a minute or two. Yep, with the smoke ring. Yep. I'm tired, boss. Crazy nightmare a few hours ago. Unbelievable. How crazy. Crazy. Is it okay to have to talk about it on the internet? Jokes on you. My bike has a built-in cinder block. I've never met Tupac. No. Never met him. What do you call people who speak two languages? I hope this is a joke. Bilingual. Do you have a bike built-in slave button? Not me. Did you ever meet Egyptian lover? No, I never met Egyptian lover either. Concrete for a two-stroke. Okay, sorry. Let's get back to that. All right. Back to the comedy. What do you call people? Trisexuals. Trilingual. I hope this is gonna become a joke. Oh. There goes your Volkswagen. There goes your Volkswagen, Adam. Nah, it's a 4-stroke and fully built metal stem, a small kickstand, genuine driver. Me, I got a Honda. What do you call people who speak one? That's true. That's true. Today. That's true. Big Chief smokers are awesome with Applewood. Poor pollo. I speak several languages. I am polyamorous. That looks like a golf to me. Yeah, Ford and Chevy are both poor options. I agree. Polyglot. That's right. That's exactly right. Good catch. Jeez, that was a nice catch.
That moment just canceled his aura.
His aura. Ford, first on race day. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Found on road dead. Oh, right in the face. Remember, I have a very, very strong sword for you. I'll send you. I'm sure if you're gonna, I'll check it out,
World
brother.
champion bollard thrower.
That's
Gravity
what we call
class.
for trying to drift a quad, right? Trying to drift a quad with knobby ass tires on incorrect tires for drifting. I met some polyamorous people. Such weird vibe when they try to rope you in. The girls are awesome, but when the dude licks his lips, you hightail out of there. Yeah, I don't deal with any of that shit no more, dude. Listen, yeah, I'm totally done with that stuff. The girls do not want to be with the guys that they're with, and 100% of the time that those things have happened around me. They just want to leave the guy so that they think that they can be polyamorous to keep dating while they're in a relationship, and then it never works out. It never works out. 'Cause I sure the hell, like, you cheated on him, you're gonna cheat on me. I ain't freaking right. I even know interest. Speaking of drifting, you ever drift a bike in the rain or the ice? It's scary. I never have. I remember the fat cats. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. KATZ, I think, right? No. Are you talking about the cartoon? Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Oh, the bike. What am I thinking of? Who was the like the adult cartoon that had the cats in it? Somebody help me out here. I really can't. Yeah, it's worthless. It's worthless. Every Chevy driver gets a complimentary a set of Chevrolets. Dun, 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 dun. I'm good. I only want a drift wide car. Fat cats. There you go. There you go. So I remember the big wheels. The big wheels, the 80cc big wheels. They're act cool until they break up and end up miserable without a friend. Yeah, because they try to date all of their girlfriends, boyfriends, and stuff. It's freaking wackadoodle. What do you mean daily? Just plant your feet outside, let the slide rear get your feet because trading wheels. You got women's always think the grass is green on the other side. They get ran through by 40 or 50 dudes in their 40s. Right. The problem is they don't know what happiness is. So they think that marriage will bring happiness, but they're miserable their whole lives. So then they think they get married and they're like, oh, the wedding, they get so much attention. So they get false sense of happiness, and then when that dies off, they're like, I should get a wedding every day. Yeah, it's horrible. The Thundercats? No, it wasn't the Thundercats. No, it was like an adult cartoon. It wasn't like porn. But it was like, I'll have to find out. Let me see. I don't want to start searching for adult cartoon. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Let's drop eat. I've crashed plenty of times. I know what about it. The 80s balloon tires. Yeah, I saw a modern conversion kit, but it's literally 4K. To be honest, I've never crashed. You shouldn't have said that. But I have ended up rolling carelessly in the dishes. It doesn't count, of course, if my ego. Felix the cat. That's what it was. That's what it was. Felix the cat. Yes, Talix. Yes, Felix the cat. Yes, I'd rather build my own 4K. I could implement 4-wheel drive. Women always think the grass is always green on the other side. It's over a septic tank. Jeremy, do you remember that book? Do you remember that book? I think it was a comedy book. The grass is greener over the septic tank. We Google Thunder. It was a joke book that you could get. Let me see. The grass is greener over the septic tank. Yeah, here it is right here. Here it is. The grass is always greener over the septic tank. I lived full lived 40 before Adam. It's fun when wearing full gear. I celebrated my 33rd anniversary yesterday. I got hitched 2 days after my 18th birthday. Congratulations, little native mama. Garfield and Felix brothers. I grew up watching that cartoon cat show. Fat cats, tote goats. Used to be Cinema Lot, Colorado back in the deer with. Eesh, you bite crazy dudes. I forget that what's called. Can you search for what? Cartoon cat shows. I mean, if we're talking about Garfield, whoops, breed transfer. But yeah, what he said, yeah, never, no, do not, no, not on a live stream especially. Hey, you gotta have a few screws loose. Can't tighten them for tuning. I like my feet. They were tall. One was tall and skinny. One was short and fat. Yes, I absolutely remember. And the Alley Cats, right? Alley Cats cartoon. These guys right here. And then they had the bad guys, which was the really tall and skinny one. Here's the fat ones right there. I slid a Hyundai backbatch your things handle like a wet senile bloodhound, but lift off this oversteer's farewell soft suspension. Yeah, that's exactly right. Everything in life. That's exactly right. People, we have lost the plot about you've got to give something to get something. Like it's absolutely been lost, especially with relationships. You've got to give up being a hoe to be a wife. Like you can't have. I want everything. No, well then you get nothing. Tom and Jerry was the shiz. Honda Mini Trail. Bam. The Trailmaster Mini Trail, right? Loose screws, jar for rainy day. Anybody see what they were using laser beams in the war? Yeah. That shit was awesome. That was really cool. Like missiles were coming in and then they started to glow. And then like as they were trying to impact, they just like turned into dust. That was some super powerful freaking photons. I like my feet too. My boots hate me. Rode for about 600 miles without brakes 1 point. Jeez, dude. Cool cats. Where's the cartoon? I'm looking at images. Cool cat cartoon. Bam. That was the old one. It's like Stray Cats. Yeah, they were in there too. Right. Yes. What's the area of Rocky and Bullwinkle? Or the Steel Toe? Yeah, Cool Cat. They're demonstrating the world that we own space. Yeah. So this is one of the things that I try to impart upon people. I do not think World War III is going to be as violent as previous world wars. Like, the world knows now we can turn off your stealth intercepting technology. We can turn off your brain. So, like, World War III, I believe, is going to be a can kicked down the road. True, like, World War IV type stuff because the rest of the world has got to catch up to even be able to fight back. We're going to have a lot of wackadoodle stuff, but it's going to be crazy. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know this. American folk have it good. Yeah, I know it. I mean, I know we bitch about it a lot, dude, but yeah, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Lamau, I've been thinking about bolting a steel plate to my heels for stover sliding. So people used to do that, not steel. They would put, I can't remember what they are. It's to make sparks. Let me see. Spark plate. Not bark plate. Yeah, right here. Spark plate. So you can put them on your shoes, and then when you put your heels down, it can blow up sparks. True, Adam, I could always get worse. I don't see any issues with that. What up, the board? The cat for me is cat dog. Oh, cat dog. Yeah. Yeah, you remember that? That was great. That was Cartoon Network stuff. Yeah, my only concern is the bolts protruding into the soles. Yeah. Don't want to use carriage bolts inside of the shoes facing down so you don't have, and they'll be hot, brother. They'll get hot. My only concern is the side. Yeah, you got to be careful. Lasers have been in use as well. Right, not this powerful. Listen, we can buy 20,000 watt handheld. I mean, they've got systems that are corded, but to weld and to de-rust stuff. So if that's available to us at 20,000 watts, yeah, they've got a 1,000,000 watt wackadoodles. One of my favorite cartoons was David the Gnome. I don't even think I've ever heard of that. David the Gnome. Oh, Spanish. I've never even heard of it, dude. Wow, I've never even heard of it. We're talking about the Iron Dome. Yep. Why did the U.S. ditch their Hadron Collider? I think it's so they can control the narrative. If only, listen, science has to be repeatable. So if you have a large hadron there and a large hadron there, and this one says they discovered something, they just say, yes, they discovered it and they ran the experiment multiple times. But if somewhere else runs it and says, no, we're not getting the result you're getting, then you don't get billions of dollars in freaking funding and whatnot. Just saying. Dude, remember when the Large Hadron Collider said they found something faster than the speed of light? And then they were like, oh, we checked our equipment and one of our fiber optics wasn't pushed in all the way. Yeah, right. So if they had somebody else saying, no, we can't reproduce your results in another lab. So they're reproducing results on their same setup, and that's why science has got to be repeatable. The only thing World War II would do is World War III would do if the government's interest is purposely sending the deaths. Yeah, well, that's typically what they do. 110th is in range. Hello, sir. What's going on? What up, Abdul, brother? We have better equipment than the Borg. And the Borg lasers are well developed after Roswell. I agree. They use graphite for the sparks. Your skin is not paper, so don't cut. Your skin is not paper, so don't cut it. Your neck is not a coat, so don't hang it. And your life is not a movie, so don't end it. Remember, you are amazing. So, thank you, brother Duffel Bear. I agree. The lasers of today aren't the ones they don't point in the eyes. It is next level. Right. Just like Kevlar, compact disc, microchips, all after Roswell. Yep. Technology, lasers, Tesla's death rate. Yeah. The lasers of today are don't point at eyes, just higher out, but don't point at humans. The year of 2090 is the textbook, and the textbooks tell your grandsons the 12 million Iran got in 2026 were 12 million. They got 1.5 billion during the Obama administration. I never thought of that, but that we were sold that because they said the reason that they're going to make the nuclear bomb is because they're not going to make the nuclear bomb. They're going to make nuclear energy. And we were like, here's enough money to buy oil and energy so you don't need to make nuclear. And then with that, they ended up making nuclear. Penis. Where's my damn lightsaber? Right. Not that freaking butane torch wannabe thing that they're selling, hacksmiths or whatever it's called. I can't wait to tell my grand because I was fully aware of war, famine, injustice, etc., and continue to scroll funny memes. My dog got hungry. One of the wickedest weapons I can see me made up with common microwave. Yeah, dude, microwaves are no freaking joke. They're no joke. Yeah, People do not understand how powerful their home microwave really is. You can melt iron with it. You can turn your home microwave into a forge, melt glass, melt iron. It's very powerful. Tell us if that right is possible. How can we make it? it's not easy to make. Because, and I talked about this in yesterday's stream. The problem with the death ray is finding a resonant frequency to destroy a building. But a resonant frequency of concrete is different than the resonant frequency of carpet. Is a resonant frequency of steel. So you would have to, and the size of your broadcast equipment would be like the size of a building. We already have things that can take buildings out much more efficiently. That's what the way it would work is if you had enough room in outer space to move that around, then it would be serious, but it's not going to be terrestrial. I'm actually surprised how many shitbox allies aren't stepping up to help. Listen, one of the interesting things that came out was the drones that attacked Iran's neighbors were preset to do so. So like that information I found intriguing. So they were already programmed. They already programmed their defense or offense system to damage their own allies. Well, I'm sure a lot of it was American targets, but a lot of it wasn't. When we weaponize I agree. Plasma. It's over. Just use a transformer microwave, turn it into a macrowave. It's because we can make it. Doesn't mean we should. I agree also. Who the hell uses microwave? That's the worst scam in America, says the carpet sweeper. 1 hour dry cleaners. 1 hour dry cleaners. I agree. I want to pour melted aluminum into an ant hole. I'm a blow. And no, that is beautiful. That's absolutely. I think they use bismuth a lot, lower temperature stuff. But yeah, that stuff's really cool to see how ant hills or ants actually form. Honestly, I use microwave not for the reasons you think. Grapes into plasma. Yeah, ant genocide. Anticide. Okay, we'll make one day perhaps. There you go. Put it on the list. Do plasma grapes taste brighter? They have that nice orangey zest. They make your mouth tingle. Pesticide. Yep. So the water filter I have, the Berkey filter, the Biden administration made it illegal for them to sell because they said it removes pests in their marketing. So they said that you're advertising it as a pesticide. Therefore, it needs to be taxed as a pesticide because it removes pests. It's absolutely crazy. Tastes like 9-volt batteries. Freaking can't win with Biden, can't win with Trump. Better figure out how to find a gun home. Woo! Tongue's a weird word. No one helped the U.S. when we got attacked. Right. That's very, very odd. Listen, I tell you what this is showing is that we don't have any true allies, but we're paying for these allies. I bet you there's going to be a big change in that. Now, whether it changes back in the next administration, we'll say I freeze grapes and use them for ice cubes. I've seen that life hack. That's a good idea. Can we bend space time? Yeah, we're not getting into that right now. Nobody ever helps. Nope. No, I don't think anybody. I think everybody's for themselves. But you need to have the best foundation. One of the best things Trump did was told our allies that they need to spend more on their own defense, which I think was great. I think that was absolutely great because, they knew that, hey, America's going to protect us so we can blow our money on bullcrap. We need, agreed. Right, agreed. If they can't, NATO is saying this ain't our war. There is a war. You need to help to stop it. You've been funded for frickin' 50 years? Yeah, right. That's more than that. Almost 100 years. 80 some years. Why would anyone help the U.S. We're seen as dependent? The thing is, they're not only they're not helping us, but they can't even help themselves. They haven't even built up their own militaries to protect themselves because they're dependent on us, our military. I like trains. All right, let's get back to this. All right. Everyone stand next to the big guy for protection. He gets a bloody nose. They hide in the shadows. What up, boy, brother? America pulled the rest of the world out of the war in 1940 since they rely on Big Papa. I think humans are trying to cancel humanity. I think so too. Quite honestly, I think more accomplished kindergarten, day one class, first year in Congress. I agree there too. Greatest scientists, new people think Albert Einstein, poor people think Newton, probably think Tesla. Yep, I agree with that too. But what's true is not, we don't know. Listen, we don't truly know what, remember, Tesla also did some flubs. They just weren't popularized. Like he also thought we could turn lead into gold. Now maybe we can. We can in the Large Hadron Collider and in particle, but just atoms at a time. But he wanted to do it on a broad level. While chasing that, he discovered a lot of other stuff. but imagine also what Einstein, not Einstein, I was about to say Epstein, what's the guy's name? Edison also, he had Schenectady, New York was his area to just make inventions. He had thousands of people working for him inventing stuff, and he took the when they invented it under his leadership. So he took the credit for everything. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. In the 1950s, the United States made a secret patent system so that anything that would destroy the economy or the security of the United States, it wouldn't be publicly made. It's called the 1950s Secret Patent Office. Not 1850, 19. President Truman's 1950 Emergency Declaration, the United States government, World War II secrecy lead to the formal Invention Secrecy Act of 51. It empowers the USPTO, U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, to withhold patents and or impose gag orders or inventions deemed detrimental to national security, keeping thousands of technologies such as advanced communication and energy sources secret. Din, 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 din. All right. Clifford the dog. Congress is like attorneys. They all share drinks after the show. Absolutely. And I've worked in the movie industry making commercials and stuff for those guys, and they're all freaking, let's just say, getting along before the cameras roll. At this point, I'm going to break into particle center for the Higgs boson. Just wondering what BB is telling Trump. Trump is old enough to where he couldn't care about consequences because it pass on before it really affects him. We got no idea. We got no idea. Right. It's just something, we got no idea. If it comes out, is it AI? Is it AI? But who would think the greatest scientist of all time? Me? I mean, scientist is a junk word for that. Inventors, are they scientists? So yeah, it's hard to say. I can't collect data if I think you're trying to study the problem solve. Edison, the Wizard of Menlo Park, patented everything. He didn't invent it right, but he got the rights. What up, Zig and Zag? Tesla and Edison had a big feud about theft of intellectual property. Right, it was all about the money, not about being the most creative and the most inventive. Honestly, Da Vinci could have gone a long ways if he was in the present. Possibilities of him being lost. A lot of his stuff was lost. Yeah, a lot, absolutely a lot. Listen, we have a problem thinking that old means stupid. We're not smarter now. We're not more intelligent now that we have better technology. Remember, those people made the technology. I bring this up all the time. Isaac Newton invented calculus in 1665, and we're still using that to figure out how the world works. Ain't broke, don't fix it. If it is broke, make it better. Yeah, we're definitely, 100%. Why didn't you take the doors off first? Oh, there are sciencey people. Some people are sciencier. I'll only be the science person. Yeah. And too many people think that science is the only way to gain knowledge. Science is a form of or a way of gaining knowledge, a philosophy almost of how knowledge can be gained. But there are many other, and we don't teach people this when they're young, so they think science is the only way to gain knowledge, and that's just not true. Science just means ways to prove repeatable phenomena. Patent expires, who gets the rights to that invention? It goes into the open source. Anybody can use it for their own. If you want to build a factory to make something that went open source, now all other factories can also. So it becomes, but whoever does it the best typically. But anybody can. The country has patented technically. Well, the patent goes into the public domain. Last comment. Doctors and lawyers have to go to college, take a test, and get certified and get insurance if they mess up. A politician doesn't even need a GED, and if they mess up, people pay for it. That's exactly right, too. That's absolutely exactly right. And this is why people that are pro-Democrat or pro-Republican are pro-not thinking. You have to understand that the people that are getting in, if they're faking it till they make it, they will be either party in the locale that they're in that guarantees them a win. It is a category. I know the U.S. is a prominent waiting for patents to expire so we can buy them up. There's definitely a problem in it, but you don't buy the expired patent. You buy the technology that made that patent producible. China doesn't concern itself because they don't, yeah, absolutely not. Why saying this science is not the only way of knowledge. 108th grade breaks the matrix. Nah, look, yeah, you know what epistemology is? Epistemology, hold on. Epistemology, not entomology. Epistemology. Epistemology. The branch of philosophy focused on the nature, origin, and scope of knowledge. Okay, so you have entomology, key questions, foundations, coherentism, internalism, empiricism, types of knowledge, propositional knowledge, procedural knowledge, knowledge by acquaintance. So like people think science can, but science can't do a lot. Science cannot prove history. History, like when people talk about miracles, miracles are history. Miracles are something that happened once, and you can't explain it with science because it only happened once, right? So then they say, okay, well, that's, if we can try it again, we can prove that it can happen again. But that doesn't prove history, right? So that's a big problem. If you want to get into arguments and get paid for debate, these are great things to use because you'll keep being circularizing your argument because you cannot go back in time to say this happened or this didn't happen. How many? I have 0 degrees. I dropped out of high school. I failed Algebra 1 in college and I left after my first semester. Absolutely. Everything needs precursors. Everything needs. So if people have companies to make microchips, what do they need? What mind stuff do they need? What resources do they need? And then that's where you want to be. That's where you want to be. Because even if they fail, they've already bought the resources and made a product with those resources. So yeah, it just keeps going up. You buy the ways to mass produce said patent. You can't buy an idea, but you can buy the equipment. That's exactly right. Yep, that's exactly what China's doing, right? They can go to uspto.gov, download our patents, make it all happen, and if you can't sue China because that they don't follow American law, you have a patent. Do you like more basmati or mount? I like both, but I usually eat basmati more than jasmine. Science is a great general scope of within the gate. Science is a great general scope of we've gained knowledge, right, of nature around us. But it can't prove history. So science that's happened in the past, they can't prove that unless it's repeatable. So it's a different. People mix up those categories of knowledge. Science doesn't prove it's not meant. So people say I can prove that there's no freaking whatever because no, that's proven by history or that's the evidence is in history. You cannot prove that. But yeah, and that's why people that's why the people that think they're agnostic or people that think they're atheist don't know because of science. They don't know what it means. They don't even know the definitions of what they're talking about. They just be like, I don't believe in God. Okay, great. Why? Science. Well, science can't prove God or disprove God, right? So that's a problem. That's a problem. So it's one of these things when people get hateful over it, they don't even know what they're talking about, but they get emotional when you start talking about it because they're like, science disproved it. No, because somebody told you science disproved it. Anyway, I'm tired. I can't keep up with everyone. Enjoying buffoonery, folks. All right, go to bed, brother. We can talk about shrinkflation. Typically, I've mastered monologues. You're a monologue master. You're master in monologues. I'm a patent you, Adam. Patent obesity, ubiquitous adolescence, planned obsolescence. Don't patent me, bro. Too late, nerd. Doom the fate of the Hickey Mouse, Mocky Mouse, Mickey Mouse. Absolutely right. Science can't explain miracles souls inside. Right. Science tried to, but this is why it causes such big problems. And you shouldn't destroy relationships over things like that. Like I said, a prior fact is just general consensus. Yep. Okay. All right. What was that? Snooker? Sand right in her eyes. Oh wow! I didn't know the video game would do that. That's pretty cool. Oh, right under the nose. Ow. I need a detox. I haven't smoked in a few days. My body is burning those cannabinoids. What am I going to tell my mother? I've been patented, Ma. What did you do about getting patented? Like I'm chopped liver? Bro, yeah, definitely detox. Patented people is problematic for sure, right? You definitely don't want to be patented people. He's going to hit the beer. Left the freaking ball there, knocked the beer into the water.
Few people fail this hard, bro.
Best science movie is Interstellar by Christopher Nolan. I have not watched it. I've heard about it. I heard a lot of people talk about it. I feel like I just took a massive bong rip currently. That's it coming out of your fats back into your bloodstream. When Colin Jost plays Pete Hegseth, he does a great job of satire. I haven't seen that either. Going for a run is crazy with all those cannabinoids in your fat cells. I haven't seen that either. I haven't watched movies in a long time. Oh! Runner's high, a new level. Right. So you're burning the fat, which is releasing what was stored in your fat, and you're creating endorphins. So you're like, wow, maybe I need to sit down. Tell me about it. I need to work out more, but I say if I need to go and I'm gonna get higher than a kite. You got to be careful. Why aren't you exercising? Look, I don't get high anymore. Sorry.
One misstep and romance left instantly.
That's some smoky candles. Look at that. Everybody's going to pass out.
Maybe tore a ligament. Be careful.
There's Adam.
Somebody's bed is the plan.
That wasn't a wreck, though. The fact is stored in fat. It takes so long before you can pass the drug test, right? Interstellar, insane movie, time dilation, black hole expansion, think what's happening in reality. Same as your hair. Yep, same, exactly right. But you don't reabsorb your hair, right? That's the thing. It continually leaves your body in hair, sweat, and whatnot, but it stays in your body in fat. So you have oil-soluble or fat-soluble compounds and water-soluble compounds. Water-soluble compounds get filtered by the kidneys and get passed through. Fat-soluble compounds get absorbed into fat, obviously. I've been smoking since 14 bucks. It's going to be a few weeks. Yeah. It's about time you freaking took a break. Same here, 23 quit a year ago. Good. Not only that I'm super skinny, the concentration of this fat cell is insane. I've never even heard of primer. Yeah, so here's the thing. We do not know for sure, and I'll tell you why. The skin and the fat under the skin dehydrates, exposing more hair that's actually in the skin and fat layer. Same thing with fingernails. It says the fingernails grow, but the skin and everything dehydrates, giving the appearance of that. So how would we know for sure? If you shave somebody bald and then go dig them up a year later, it'll appear that their hair is grown. But, that's what's interesting. Would you ever unblock Veritas, allow him to come back in? Yeah, sure, absolutely. But like I said, he got to the point where he just wanted to be hateful. He thought when he was losing the debate, he went to stupid Jew. Like he thought I was Jewish and that he would hurt my feelings. Like he didn't want to say why is that? And I kept saying, yes, there is evidence. There's not. He says, no, there's not. No scientists believe that. And I'm like, you can't use science to prove history. And he was just like, he wouldn't stop. So he just wanted to be hurt. He just wanted to be hateful. So, right. And if he finally learns that he was wrong and says, look, dude, sorry, I wanted to ask you a few questions, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you're gonna share broski more cannabis than you're a fat bong shag. He's got to change his name. Psychological question: how do we deal with disrespect? Any advice? Dude, I don't deal with it. I don't deal with disrespect. You're out. You're done. You're gone. 86. There's plenty of people, dude. There's plenty of people in this world. If somebody disrespects you, what good are they doing for you, your family, your life? I don't deal with that at all, dude. Listen, I had 25 jobs by my 25th birthday. If somebody in power disrespected me, I'm like, clean it yourself, fix it yourself, do it yourself. I'm done. You ain't gonna do that. No, absolutely. I don't deal with it at all. Thank you, Zig, brother. Yes, sir. I know I am. I've just planned a process for a while. I just finally kicking into action. I used to hate being sober because it would instantly get higher than when I smoked. What up? Wrenching cannabinoids. The cannabinoid just swapped over from fat bong to wrenching cannabinoid. Yeah, I think it's good advice. Yeah, listen, don't deal with that. Listen, people that disrespect you tell you should deal with, oh, you're emotionally unintelligent or whatever. No, they want to abuse you. You take the abuse. Some people are evil. They do not want to help your growth at all. They just want to hurt you and keep you down. What is that? How does that help you or your community or your family or anything? It doesn't. You're a pushover. So yeah, do not deal with it. Don't hurt these people or whatever. Just cut them off. They're gone. They're out. Yeah. Yeah, they're wrenching cannabinoids. There you go. Wrenching them out of your body. This is the issue about taking a break from everything. It becomes super exciting to get back into it. Fat Shaggy don't hit the same. Thank you, Abdul, brother. I thought purple string was a Padawan braid. No, brother. No, it's my freaking... It's for my glasses. It's like the grandma. It was $1.25 at the dollar store. Skinny sober Shaggy doesn't know, but if I still mostly can, but I'll be wrenching one for a while. Nobody disrespects me. Listen, so it's how you deal with disrespect. That's how you know that these people shouldn't be around you. People that deal with it too long often react violently to that, but that means you will lose your freedom. So they won. They wanted to tear you down psychologically, physically. That's how you get a group of people that will help you grow. Like if you have a company, a group of people to help you get to a goal and people are disrespecting you, they do not want the best for you. So they have to get out of your circle. Yeah, absolutely. Learn how to use the block button. Learn how to ignore. If you argue with disrespect, what are you going to win? Right. You're going to start disrespecting them, and then what are you going to do? Be disrespect? No, you got to create a place of your own that fosters growth, intellectual, physical, and whatnot. Anybody that's there, they're trying to pick you apart. So instead of being on your mind, how I can continue to grow, do something, you have to worry. Oh, do I really have a big nose? Do I really? Does it? It's like that. Like no, that doesn't matter at all. Like you never see anybody come in here to try to tear me down that has a bigger channel and does more numbers than me. They come in because they've been trying to grow and they can't, so they just go try to tear everybody else down because they haven't gotten to where they wanted to get. The problem is they just need to wait longer. They need to be more patient, but impatience is a big problem. The world is a crab bucket. That's exactly right. It's about a year old, last January. It's like 15 years old total, but I didn't start streaming until last year. Like last January was when I really got going streaming. On the account, I was going to send a video of me kickstarting the bike Discord, but I didn't, oddly enough. Sorry, they want a reaction. Yeah, don't give them one. Yeah, absolutely not. Just be like, dude, absolutely not. Like, if just leave. Just leave. Streams are fun, and don't think of it about giving up because it's a fight you don't even want to be in. You've got a lot to do in your future. You've got a lot more people that'll be disrespectful. You got a lot more stuff to deal with. If you stick around with people that are anchors, they want to keep you where you're at. So you ever seen people that are so mentally immature? They're like 40 years old and they're still like freaking like painting their fingernails and tearing people down on the internet. That's because they didn't get to where they wanted to be. They thought that they have arrived when they were teens. They were told that they were smart for their age and all this, and they found their true self, which is the biggest lie. It's the biggest form of disrespect because people can't tell you found your authentic self because they don't know who you are. So then you'll never go past that. They'll hold you. That they've anchored you to that time, that time frame, and they won't let you grow past it. And then you have companies that want to profit off of that. They're like, okay, great. This is a big thing going on. How can we profit off of people believing that they're grown up when they're not grown up? They're like, okay, well now I'm freaking 13 and I'm a freaking super adult. So now, then they wreck 20 years of possible growth. So the elites do not want competition. If everybody was elite, there would be no elite. So you have to make sure that this group of people under you do not catch up to you. So you do things to make sure you hold them back. We don't need anyone to agree with me. I know I'm right. Right, yeah. Critically disdained. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Shrooms have helped me with depression. My brother used to microdose on them too. Yeah. Listen, I mean, find your medicine. Listen, do your best to not go to a doctor for depression. If you have to, if you're about to leave the earth, then absolutely do something about that. But if you're like, oh, this sucks, it sucks for a few months, and if it goes, I guess, for another month, I'll go to the doctor. That month, figure out what you can do health-wise. Before you go to mushrooms, I would suggest checking your vitamin D levels and your B levels. They're nice and super difficult to obtain in my location. If evolution is real, doesn't it mean there could be more evolved conscious beings, humans in the universe? Yeah, you would absolutely expect there to be. The big problem with evolution as a science is that most of it's based off of a lie that was proven to be a hoax. Piltdown Man. The Piltdown Man screwed up evolutionary science for 40 years, more than 40 years. It was like 1904 when Piltdown Man was faked, and then it wasn't until the 50s that it was discovered to be a hoax. But so many books and curricula were written on that didn't even get out of most books till 2016. Yeah. They're just, yep. Anyone disrespect me to say, oh, that's cute. And just leave, right? Just leave. Don't, whatever. Yeah, just leave. Weakest wolf in the pack said, I will be the strongest. Always laugh, except the strongest one. Make a good group of people. Yeah, they don't do nothing. Listen, doctors have a list of prescribable drugs that they can give you. They won't, listen, 40 years with ADHD, 35. And I never once got a blood test to see if I was deficient in any vitamins or minerals. Never. And then in my mid-40s, I decided to check myself, and I was like, oh, look at this. And so now I got ADHD, but it's not an issue. It's not a disorder. I just have a very fast mind that I can keep up with now. Come to find out, I was just severely B12 deficient. And then now, if you look that up, it's like 90% of children and adults with ADHD are deficient in B12. So does that mean they have ADHD? No, they have ADHD-like symptoms. They can't check your blood to see if you have ADHD. I was married. My wife was always right. Yeah, that's a problem, dude. Especially if she's not, you better tell her. Who's more politically driven, a System of a Down or Rage Against the Machine? Rage Against the Machine in a negative way. They lied to everybody to say that they were against the machine when they were just setting up a group to be against half of the machine. So they weren't against the machine. My wife is always right, even when she's wrong. Yeah, they're drug dealers. And and then children doctors are just vaccine dealers, whether that's good or bad. But you go there, they weigh you, and they give you vaccines. That's it. But you can get them other places. You don't have to pay for that. You do not have to. They talk about health. America sucks because they don't have free health care. You shouldn't need it. You shouldn't need free health care. Isn't this the dude who beat this chick? I only give him 1 week ban. Which one? Me? All doctors will go out of their way to not test you for what you wanted to be tested for. Right? Absolutely. Evolutionary science. There's something new in your theory. What's actually happened? So the big problem. Pepper spray the delivery letter. What's host sticks? Host sticks. Somebody got pepper sprayed at host sticks? Host sticks. HOSTIX. Hostix is a primary responsive WordPress theme. What the hell is that? I mean, I know what WordPress is, but East Medicine is quicker to cut and medicate or start. Yep. What up, Kahora? How you feeling? How's your brother doing? It's cool if a man with a PhD sells drugs to kids at the moment. I do it. It's an issue. Doctor's only concern is vitamin doctor. If evolution is a hoax, they could. The problem now, evolution's not a hoax, but there's a lot of hoaxsters that perpetuated where evolutionary science is now. So it went off track for 50 years, and then now so many people are skeptical of it because so much of it was from a lie, a proven hoax. Yeah. Right. Yep. I had to drive 764 miles yesterday. Well, if you do 700 miles an hour, it only took about like an hour and a couple of minutes. Pain in the peach. All right, let's see. Sorry.
Stairs aren't enemies, but retaliate.
The pink team. Pink
Maybe
team
test
down.
your powers before going full superhero, bro.
I got booty, but still my butt hurt. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan. Poor Man's Poison is a great band. Poor Man's Poison. I don't even remember. Are you for genetic modification to improve
Flying's
performance?
fun.
Here's my problem with genetic modification. Genetic modification, we've got no long-term studies for. We got no idea, but what will happen is it'll be profitized. You'll have some people that will be able to run faster and do other things, and then managers and team owners will make a bunch of money off of these people, and then they'll be sterile or something wackadoodle will happen, but it'll be set to be the next thing. So then the genetic modifiers, the companies that will pop up to jump on the bandwagon, like happened with the trans bandwagon, you have people that just were like, oh, we can make millions of dollars as long as this keeps going. And then that caused a lot of issue because you have a lot of detransitioners now that are like, well, okay, well, you weren't trans in the first place. Right, but why didn't they know that before they started cutting on you, right? And this is a big problem. But the doctors, unless they get sued, they won't have to pay back any money. And it's the same thing. The genetic editors will be like, sign this form saying that you're fine with this. But who will be the one to do it? Is it the mother or the father that does it for the child that will be born? Or will it be, okay, you're 15, instead of taking steroids, we can adapt the gene in you that your body creates more of these hormones to make you bigger, faster, stronger? In evolution, has anyone really been as far as decided to use... in evolution, has anyone really been far even as to decide to use... even what do we look more like? So the big problem with the chimpanzee comparison was if you look up junk DNA, geneticists thought about 75% of all DNA was scaffolding. They thought it was just old stuff of when we were chickens or lizards. Okay, so when they looked at chimp DNA and human DNA, they only compared the top 5%. And the top 5% of human and chimp DNA were 98% comparable because they didn't use the rest of the 95% DNA. They thought it was junk. And that was in like the 70s and 80s, 90s. And now we know that the rest of that DNA is how we form from an egg when it tells for a toenail or a fingernail to start growing out of that glob, that it guides the growth. So it's not historic DNA. So and they were like, if you compare just the top 5% of chimp and human DNA, we're 98%. We don't teach people how statistics work and how probabilities work and whatnot. So now that's all falling apart. And then they're like, but yeah. And we're like, if we got over 11% different, it would say that it wouldn't work according to Darwinian evolution. And we're at 17% difference right now. I would drive 764 miles and drive 764 more just to be the man who drove 1,528 miles to fall down at your door. Largest living organism on Earth is not a whale. Any guess? It's a mushroom. Transhumanism, genetic, a mushroom or the trees. I can't remember what the trees are, but they're all connected underground. Oh, Phoebos, not Phoebos. Largest organism on Earth. Largest. Colonial seagrass, shark ray, Australia, 200 kilometers. Humongo fungus. Yeah, there you go. It's the largest one, 3.7 square miles. Yep. Okay, here's a your mom joke. your daddy, the tribal medicine is still sustainable. I agree. Yeah, a lot of that's, listen, they made it this far with it. They didn't get killed off by cancers or the Black Plague and stuff. Honestly, if I ever told you your mom, I responded with your grandma, shut him up pretty quickly. Communists to the left of me, Jews to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. I'm just there to respect me as her stepfather, to stop tearing my family apart. Nice room, there you go. Your grandma. Also said Bigfoot lived in Rwanda until the 60s when silverback was discovered. Yeah.
Until gravity sends the bill.
Gravity sends the bill. Oh. Nice freaking save. Damn. Hold on. That had to hurt. David.
When everything goes wrong, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, I thought so too. Well, I mean, she ended up pointing at the camera perfectly. What color was her shirt? Yeah, rent a cannabinoid, still stoned. He's looking at it. Blue, shaped like butt cheeks. Adam, I drove Swift Transport, and I was a diamond driver. I think I made it to 830,000 miles. My trucks would be retired, 208 cows, and 4 trucks, 1 Western Star, and 2 Kent West. And I got my eye on him. Oh! I got one of those exact ladders. I can prove it to you. What? Hold on, here we go. I can prove it to you. All right. You see these hinges on the ladder right there. All right, let's do this real quick. Camera feed, phone. All right, let's see. Okay, start. Alright, let's see, I can do this. Man. Okay. La. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Bam, okay. My last one was a 2020 Volvo. Damn. If not, I steal them. Nice. Lemon trees are doing good. They're doing good. They're back out in the yard. How you think I pay for my hose in 6 years? My hose? My girls? T5 240D. Commendable. Case proven. What up, Mark? Christ, I'm about to step out and smoke, see if it's lighting my eye. Little this jelly I come from. You have the ladder. Hope you don't get the experience. Agreed. I have T5s, 5 cylinders in its name. T680. That's a lot of cylinders. What an idiot. I would freaking be so pissed at that guy.
Didn't expect that.
Why wouldn't you just kick it apart? Women are attracted to me. I can't say I like electronics. I got my CO and that's about 1,300 miles. In one run, longest run without sleep. That's okay. It's three DRPs. The Volvo, the KW. What's a DRP? WDRP in Cincinnati. Kenworth.
Oh, at least he held on.
They did it on purpose. Saturday Night Live. Old Jerry's building.
Yep, that screams
Sign
successful
of a good
night.
night out. What are you doing? That's all right. 2,400 kilometers. That's impressive. Max out at 400 kilometers, 200 miles in one day. It was drops. Look at that. Oh my I'm done at 50, 60 miles a day, but I have to fight the road the whole way. Yeah, that can be rough. The road can be rough. I've done 10 hours at one sitting, not bad. Not sure what one is. So it's 13 hours from Baltimore, Maryland to Atlanta, Georgia. Me and my brother did it in 9.5. We swapped, but it was just one straight run. What is Rage Against the Machine thing? I didn't know about that. So when the whole COVID thing came out, Rage Against the Machine told everybody that they couldn't come to the concert without proof of vaccination. And then so people were like, well, that's not very Rage Against the Machine-y of you. And then it was like, then stuff started to come out being like, well, it's for people's lives. And then it started to come out that, well, payments and whatnot back to Zach De La Roche came from, I believe, both the Republican and the Democratic Party back for concerts and whatnot. And for some reason, because people weren't so biased back in the day, we didn't notice if they said something political when it was supposed to be America's done messed up with the Native Americans and the blacks. And then they're like, just do what the government says. It was very, very odd. Levitation, brother, I got no idea. Monster Energy and a couple of cigarettes is like a wonder drug combo. The most elite super trucker. That's not what it used to be. Monster Cigs pushed me through my work life at 16. If you smoke enough before you die, does your cremation make you cremate higher? Yeah. I know. Way to destroy a legacy. And this was they were like big in like the mid 90s and stuff. Right? Like they could have just shut up. But the problem is when you sell your soul to the devil, you've got to do what they say when. Like, we made you huge. We helped you get from out of the garage into the mainstream worldwide. So you're going to do for us. Took me 24 hours, not a fun run or illegal. Me as a pharmacist think COVID and any other virus need vaccine. Why not antivirals? This is the biggest problem. And people, Republican and Democrat, argue over this all the time. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with they didn't know what was going on, and they told doctors the doctors would lose their licenses if they did anything outside of a protocol, which was come up with like 2 weeks after COVID came out. So they only said respirator and resveratrol. They didn't say... And they didn't say you could try any of these other things that are legal to try for colds and whatnot, colds, flus and whatnot. And they said you will lose your license. So if somebody would have found another way to help everybody in the world, they weren't allowed to say it or they would lose their license. That's crazy. Richard, can me and you both know Mercury can achieve that? A Mercury? Oh, Mercury, the metal. Well... I don't want a bunch of people playing around with Mercury, so I wouldn't want to publicize that. 24-hour drive sounds mental. I wouldn't do 24 hours. When I was drinking and abusing this and that, I was sleeping around, didn't respect who I was becoming. Looking back, I did so many questionable things, like sleeping with my friends' moms who wouldn't leave me alone. Yeah, don't do that, dude. Don't do that. Anyone listening, do not do that. Listen, karma is a thing and it comes back for you. Whatever you did with your friend's mom and whatever happens to you now is probably connected. You do not want to do that. People lie to people and say, I know my value. You don't know what your value is. That's why you're telling people you know what it is on the internet without defining what it is. And so people are like, no, I can sleep with 900 people at once. No, that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. Rarity is what makes value. Rarity. I went from F you, I won't be doing what you, F you, won't do what you tell me, to yes, sir, I'm doing what we agreed upon. Exactly. The Illuminati, yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely a real thing. Yeah. System of a Down. As far as I know, yeah, I think that's why they broke up, Talix, because I think that they were getting edged in from government, let's say, and they were like, no, we're just not going to do anything. But that's what's publicly available. I'd love to stay longer, discuss superconductors and other science-related jargon. But, all right, go to bed, brother. It's late there in South Africa. Just like when the government didn't want first responders to wear respirators because it showed negative scene. Dude, listen, not just that, but also nobody wore face masks in the movie industry unless there was a camera rolling. People were still banging hose and doing blow off a freaking $12 freaking hose from Atlanta until the cameras were rolling. Then it was pull your pants up and put your mask on. Cut. Take it right off. Only vaccine took years to develop. Don't want to try things because license cancellation. That's right. They'll ruin your life. Keep hitting on teacher of mine. Kept hitting on teacher of mine. Looking back, she was definitely feeling it. I gotta grosses me out. Yeah, they shouldn't be feeling it. I'm gonna get enough cash on me to pick up a monster in the morning. Tomorrow's gonna be a good day. Ciao, Adam. Please, what is wrong with the people in the United States? The problem is it's not what people. The United States is a melting pot, and it's not usually the people, it's the leadership. Do not confuse the leadership of a country with the people of the country. Chemicals in the water. Yeah, lots of chemicals. And one of the biggest reasons I'm so adamant towards supplementation is because of the big two, chlorine, chloramine. Yeah, it kills your you know that they sell what do they call it? Prebiotics and probiotics for gut bacteria. So that means that your gut bacteria are good. You need them. But then they give you things like chlorine and chloride and chloramine and fluoride that destroys your gut bacteria. Well, how do you repopulate them? Do you know you can get paid $1,000 a month for your poop? Did you know that? If you haven't taken antibiotics and you don't take vaccines and stuff, you can sell your poop for $1,000 a month. More than that. And so they take that poop, and when rich people lose their gut bacteria or gut flora, they will take a poop pill. It's called a fecal transplant to repopulate their guts. So that's the most important thing in your body is your pooper. And so you got to make sure that what you put in your body, the food you put in your body, can get the nutrition out of that food. And that's how your body works. I heard System of a Down have an accident. I haven't heard of it yet. Listen, war is part of human nature. You can scream all you want about it. It's not going to stop it. So you have to, when we've been away from war for too long, people start talking about who have sex with who rather than what do we do at the next war. We've gotten so away from human nature and so into the false progressivisms of let's change human nature that when human nature comes knocking, because you can adapt your country, your state all you want, but other countries aren't following the cultures that you are following in your own country. So there's always going to be an enemy. They'll always want your land and your stuff. So it's got to happen. The only modern use for war is to stimulate the economy. No. I disagree. Partially. This is the thing. It's got to happen. But can you have somebody that will go in and just take Venezuelans' leaders without killing a bunch of Venezuelans and Venezuelan military? 300 people died? Not 300,000? And that could have been a full-blown war. So war's got to happen. And if you have some wackadoo leaders that just want to profit off of it, then that's a big thing. If every country in the world if we stopped people ripping off each other and the oil and what could be sent around, then we wouldn't have to run out. We know we're running out. We've been running out since the 70s, and other countries have been too. And if other countries just aren't going to sell it, then what are you going to do? Let all of your people die? And they don't want their people to die because that's the tax base. It's not because they care for their lives. They need taxes. And I get paid upwards of $2,000 for a baby battery. Yeah. You can sell your poop. Yeah. Selling feces for fecal transplant. It said plain. Yes, you can compensate it for donating feces to the fecal microbiota transplantation research. Donors are earning $1,500 a month or more. Certain programs they demand healthy stool. The demand for healthy stool is high, but the screening process is extremely rigorous because most of us are sick and we don't even know it. We've destroyed our gut bacteria. It's innate human nature to commit violence over small things. Humans are naturally aggressive. That's right. That's right. My nose hairs seem to grow faster the older I get. Mine too, brother. Mine too. World is connected. War affects all life. Right. But so when you choose your leaders, if you actually choose your leaders, you got to make sure they have an idea of what to do when war happens. You can't have people that are like, oh, let's just make sure people can freaking have sex in bathrooms. No, that doesn't matter. That shit doesn't matter. That should matter at a state level, not at a federal level. How are you going to keep us safe when the shit goes down? C. diff is real. Yep. My mother-in-law had it. Fecal transplant saved her. She could never take antibiotics again. Yep, it's real. And it's caused by killing too much of your own microbiome. Normal people think about poop, fecal administration wrong. I think it has healthy bacteria. Right. And super rich, ultra rich people, they're all about it. Here's the thing, Rich. Since I have modern use, I have to balance, except we don't have to push for wars instead. Right. Agreed. Since I had team driver, I had 1,089 miles. I did my shift 620 miles. I did the rest of my coworker time since she was super sick at the time. Yeah, hey, you got to cover it for your teammates. Only issue with Google is that it's controlled information. It seems to push an error. Right. But I know this. I know this from my life experience. So if this would have said something like, no, don't sell your poop, I would have found the fecal microbiota transplantation site and showed you guys. But I agree, Tally. If I don't know about it, if it says something other than what I know to be true, but I agree, do not use stuff like that for your education. And that's what I try to do with this channel. I try to answer questions that I know. And people are like, oh, you're full of shit. And then I show them, well, hey, you can find this out as quickly as I can. And here, we can dive into stuff on more centralized stuff. Who do you like more, Marsha Brady or Farrah Fawcett? Probably Marsha Brady. Brooke Shields was beautiful too. If humanity is vertically integrated, then there's not an upper limit. How great humanity can become. Humanity. The problem is the elites don't want competition. They want everything. They do not want to be overthrown. They know where their cutoff lines are. So no, there's an upper limit, not naturally, of course. Right, like everybody in America can fit in Texas. There's plenty of open, empty space. It's the elites that tell us, no, you don't worry about it. Have abortions, do whatever you want. There's too many people on the planet. That's not true. That's just not true. Everybody in America can fit in Texas. We need to make sure libraries and books are still available. Right. And we need people to read them. Yeah, listen, there should still be listen, this is the one of the things that pissed me off about the new liberal. All right. I was liberal. What is liberal now is not what I am. And I didn't change. Why are we having drag shows rather than book reading hour? I do understand, but that doesn't make any sense. We should have book reading hour instead of bringing kids to drag shows. I understand why, 100%. I understand why. The point is, this all should change. We should be teaching our kids about how to learn and how to get knowledge rather than, just ask the adults or people in power. Can you tell everyone margarine is horrible? It's horrible. So a big thing, this goes along with the big thing about how your body, things are fat soluble and water soluble. So it tricks your body into thinking it's a vitamin, basically. And it uses that in places of natural fats that are required to be lubricous in places of your body to build collagens and brain tissue, and you're using the wrong shit. Early humans war would be like fighting with swords. Nowadays, missiles, bombs, and guns. Future might be nuclear, or it might be laser beams from space that take out individual people instead of cities. Goldie Hawn was peak on laughing. Yeah, Goldie Hawn was great. Yeah. If human nature has taught us anything, it has shown us that there's always be the guy that wants what you have, and it'll be violent to get it. Listen, and even the wackadoos tell you that they about male and female nature. They take things out of human nature and then they sell it back to you, like sexuality. They take it out and they rearrange it to sell it back to you. That's what prostitution is. Yes, we want to have sex, but we don't naturally want to have sex with thousands of people. But we're told it's the thing to do, and we see the people that are in the upper echelons publicly, like on TV and movies and whatnot, with 900 girls and whatnot. So we're like, oh, awesome, and the girls are like, oh, awesome, and it's not awesome. It ends up, but who ultimately is rewarded at the end of this? It's the doctors, the lawyers, and the corporations that help you through that after you destroy yourselves. Italics were 100% recreating the things in the Catholic Church did in the 1500s to remove knowledge to stay at the top. Listen, there's reasons book burnings happen. There's reasons old libraries are burned. Knowledge is power, plain and simple. If all the money went away today, it's the people that have the knowledge that's how you would be rewarded in life. Jesus loves you, Daryl, brother. Nothing's wrong with drag shows, but we have kids that can't add single digits together, and they don't. And when they get out of school, they're just destroyed because they don't know how to learn. They've been told what to learn, and that's become so politicized. Politics in school isn't good. We've convinced everybody that if this person or that person get into office, it's the end of the world. And it's just not true. The rich people on both sides of the aisle aren't going to destroy the world because their money won't go anywhere anymore. You have to have the negative to show the positive. You have to have the poor so the rich feel rich. If they have nothing to compare it to, that they're not rich. Right. And so I've gone to drag shows. Absolutely great. I'm 49. I'm not 7. I'm not 12. I'm not 16. Right. And you have kids that are failing and they're getting pushed through because if you don't push somebody through that says they're queer, then you're homophobic. If you push somebody through, if that's black, then you're racist. So they're pushing people through that do not deserve to graduate. They do not deserve to pass. And I didn't deserve to pass, and I wasn't pushed through, and I understand why. So I had to educate myself. But we're telling everybody it's fine. Why? Because then they can take their money in college. They can say you have free access to as much money as you want up to a point in order to get what you didn't learn in high school and elementary school, you could learn in college for a price. So they keep everybody stupid in elementary school and high school, and then they charge them for that knowledge in college. Because people know, I don't know shit. They say, well, I got a degree, but they don't know anything. Yes, you can sell your poo. Oh, wow, I'm way far behind. Jeez. Yeah, you can sell your poo. On the subject of poop and politics, the president, the second or third thing I would do is fart in a jar and sell it. Now the world will move the beat of the drum might be right for some. Nothing wrong with drag shows, however, forcing information of you. Right, there's nothing wrong with drag shows at all. Drag shows are adult entertainment. Right. And sexuality confuses children. And they don't know where to learn. If they hear it from an adult, they think it's gospel. Remote, right? Drones, right? Freaking that South Park, just like that, right? Scientific YouTubers, animals, Zach. Yeah, I love Zach D films. I love it. I love him a lot. I really enjoy his work. Honest, if I were to donate blood in my current state, whoever got my blood will smokers whiplash. There's strength and beauty in celibacy. Right, rarity is what gives value. I found Zach phones annoying after 3 months. I'm sure watch him 3 months in a row. Man, woman who's more intelligent. I couldn't say. There's a lot of stupid women. There's a lot of stupid men. I think the problem with stupidity is it's magnetic. We make stupid people popular, and then people don't feel that they need to know any better. We don't push intelligence socially. It's people that can barely talk. And don't know anything socially that make big mistakes as drama sells. Sex and drama sells. Neither human brains are equal. Yeah. It's there's super smart people. There's very actually wealthy people have the choice. Yes, right. This is why tax the rich doesn't work in America or anywhere. They'll just leave. We'll make a law that they can't leave. Okay, when does it go into effect? They'll leave before it goes into effect. Humans have 86 billion neurons that doesn't differentiate, right? Tesla have knowledge but failed to make wireless electricity. Dude, that's exactly right. Who else was upset at the end of Blair Witch Project? I swear that movie. So I worked on I didn't work on Blair Witch 2. I was at the Blair Witch 2 release party also where they showed Blair Witch 1. Godsmack was there. My stepdad was an award-winning track star but couldn't read or write. Right, that's right. Because the people that can make money off of him, he doesn't need to become an employee to make money. If he's a track star, he can go into other competitions where his manager, his coach, and the team, the company that owns the team can all make money off of him. So he has a value outside of his knowledge. With the majority of society being unhealthy professional workers, doctors, psychs, all health workers be rich. Right. And then if they fail, the lawyers win either way. Why is the world so ironic? It's a good question. I don't know. Because the world has to be constant balance of good and evil to thrive. But irony is definitely crazy. I think about it. If you have a net neural without extremes on both sides. Listen, the world doesn't need evil, right? At least to our human minds. So they're so shit. I hate them really. I hate them so much. Yes, it does, Sonio. How do you suppose to know what's right and wrong if there's example to lead? I don't know. I never heard of the Brighter Days Clinic. Brighter Days, mental health services, and UR medicine, care, North Carolina, walk-in immediate crisis healthcare up to 18. Brighter Days mental health care. Oh, they got one here in Georgia too. Breath health care for specialized children and teen evaluation, safety planning, and therapy. I don't know. I don't know anything about them. I'll have to look into it. Lady, can't you see that heaven has just begun? And 99% men scientists, only 1% women. Marie Curie. It's not about smarts. It's about interest. Marie Curie and her husband were both into that. So the couples do better than individual people, and the people that don't want competition know that. Single women spend more money than anybody else. Keep women single, your companies make more money. It's a very easy equation. Evil is good and doesn't technically exist. Evil and good don't technically exist. That's a concept humans created. I don't think so, brother. I don't think so. Wait, can we sell? Yes, you can sell poop. Yes. Yeah. Yep. And then they change history. That's why it's important for you to find stuff out. Listen, if you can be lied to for a profit, if you can be lied to for financial profit, they'll do it. Planck turned so different after discovering quantum physics. Why? He saw the world in a different way. Everyone suddenly have ADHD? It's a good question. And I tell you the answer that I think it is. I think it's vitamin deficiency. I think everybody's eating trash. Everybody's go to the doctor when you have a sniffles and they give you antibiotics, which you don't need for the sniffles. And then you destroy gut bacteria. Then you destroy your nutrition. I think it's nutritional. Women generally were the excluded, so there's that. Yeah, but a lot of people don't understand that some of the first millionaires in the United States were women and black women in the 1800s. But everybody believes the feminist lie and the lies about racism in America. They don't know about black slave owners. They don't know about women slave owners, black women slave owners, black women millionaires. They don't, because it destroys a narrative. Life is about how we can look it up right now. Black female millionaires in the 1800s. All right, let's see. Mary Ellen Pleasant, often recognized, the first self-made millionaire built in the 19th century. San Francisco through investments, real estate, and banking. 1800s black female. Amanda America Dixon, who inherited Georgia plantations from enslaved entrepreneur Bridget Mason. So here's 4. Annie Turbano Malone, 1869, began her career in the late 1800s developing hair care line. What you hear about the South didn't necessarily happen in the North, but everybody just lumps America in when they say that these things were illegal. Jim Crow didn't happen in the North. There was places where people were making money, but when you're trying to get everyone to believe something, you don't let them know the other sides of the argument. You could sell poop. Yep. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Abdul. Brighter days will help you erase trauma for bad experiences from your memory. That's crazy, dude. That's like freaking, what was that movie with oh damn it. Honey. Honey is great. I use a lot of honey. I did do push-ups, yeah. You should absolutely exercise. Well, look, Richard, you weren't given any previous knowledge and witness to opposing groups. One thing does one, the other thing to the other. Neither were nearly good. One goes towards growth, one goes towards death, is what I have always experienced. You have people that build and people that destroy. It's kind of true. When we find morally correct, they still do that in parts of the world where daughter married a guy for some kind of benefits. Your explanation and interpretation isn't saying that. Try my best. Do you know what's right or wrong? Do they know what's right or wrong? If it goes towards death or hurting other people, if it goes towards health or helping other people, it's They were mostly light skinned. I got no idea. You think, but the point that right, but still, the point is still like they're not even glorified anymore because it hurts a narrative, and that's fucked up. I think you're wrong about many things, in my opinion. Not always the same reasons behind anything, or not. Not everyone needs that B12. That's fine. What makes you think that? What makes you come to that conclusion? Just because you feel that way? What makes you think that way, Sonar? Do you feel that way? Because you don't take it? You have issues in your life? Have you tried fixing them? Have you tried fixing them first with your diet? With supplementation? I recommend you do. But how and what makes you think I'm wrong besides a feeling that you have, an opinion that you have? Right and wrong are things that are taught. Morals change with situation. How profitable is spotless? No. That was one too, but it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, where they plant new memories into your mind to get. Blacks were not the only enslaved race. Right. It should be free. It is free. Right. And I think a lot of that information is going to come out and break it. It's going to break it. And the problem is now too is there is a lot of narratives are falling apart, Republican and Democrat. People went off the rails, and now everybody's starting to look into it. Do women say you have a great body? Do women say you have a great body and you run and stay in shape? No, Total Recall. That's it. I get all listen. I used to be in a band. I used to be a lead singer. I used to get compliments that I didn't deserve. Sometimes people just throw stuff at you. Because, not disagreeing with the life or death aspect you bring up. That's a good way to look at it. However, sometimes death is needed to maintain balance. Right. I understand that too. Sure. But we're talking about human, not taking care of the deer population and whatnot. Like people that threw babies off of cliffs for a good season. That's not inherently a good practice. Like, how do we promote humanity? Right, but people can make their own decisions. Total Recall, right? The Aztec killed people who had the sun rise again, right? If they had to kill the baby so the sun would rise. It's definitely subtle. It definitely is subtle, right? But the thing is, what I'm not telling you to go get $10,000 in insurance and go to a doctor so to get put on a pill system. I'm saying go to your local freaking shopping mart and get some. If you've been told you have ADHD, have them check for vitamin and mineral deficiencies first. What makes more sense? That you have a vitamin deficiency or that you have a chemical imbalance in your brain? But what is the chemical imbalance? I was told I have a chemical imbalance. They never tested me for or told me what chemicals were out of whack. Because they never tested them. They didn't know. It's what they needed to tell me to be like, okay, give me the prescription. The only good remake of that was Judge Dredd. They needed to do a remake. Demolition Man was great. I've been gay since 2003. She's the old school gay. How many push-ups a day? I do five push-ups, 10 sit-ups, and I run as fast as I can for about 10 seconds in one direction and 10 seconds back. Just run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then stop, take a couple of deep breaths, and then run back to where you started. Like getting your heart rate up like that is very good for you. What person or person's body needs depends on person. Right, but if you have a group of people that are all eating the same foods, drinking the same waters, eating the same junk food, then if there's something in that cohort of food or in that cohort where that food affects people in the same way. Everybody's drinking the same water that's cleansed with the same chemistry. Then yes, they can all. There can be, just like how everybody gets the same disease, the same. Everybody gets COVID. Everybody gets the flu. Same thing. Why do so many people have ADHD? But now that they're testing for it, you can see B12 deficiency and ADHD symptoms. ADHD. Research indicate a link between vitamin B12 deficiency and ADHD. So if your doctor says you have ADHD and didn't check for your B12 levels, how do you know? Well, you know how you can tell? Go get some freaking B12 and tell me if things get better. It's that easy. Are you going to spend the next year arguing with me, or are you going to try it? Right? My mom was gay since the 80s. I'd like to say I've started track since 97. How can we erase racism? People need to be colorblind and character driven. I guess people. So the big problem is people need to stop listening to politicians. Straight up. They need to stop learning from people that profit off of it. The reason politicians want reparations for people is because they will then say, okay, now that we passed the law to give people reparations, we'll start nonprofits to find and distribute that money. And then a bunch of people will be like, well, hey, just like setting up some child care, setting up some autism clinics, we'll find out who needs to get this money, and it's going to be stolen. And if it doesn't get stolen completely, the people that run those nonprofits will get paid handsomely to distribute the money. They don't care. They don't care. Can we agree? Coming to America, top notch. Great. I work in renovations, hard work, and only eat in the evening. Yeah, I only eat in the evening too. I agree. Yeah, the shit show. I don't have a favorite movie. I like a lot of movies. What do you think about Bill Gates doing geoengineering? So Bill Gates, I think I showed you yesterday, he changed his outlook on climate change. He says it's not going to kill people. So now he's rotating and moving on to something else. Yeah. Crystal, help me with my ADHD. That's basically what it is. Amphetamine salts. Adderall makes me have a big brain. Big brain. Red Dog, John Wick, so bad, man. Can you predict how the world would be in 2050? I cannot predict it. I got no clue, brother. I got no clue. Unpopular opinion, let's level the world and restart. Yeah, who gets to choose which direction we go? And one movie you can rewatch all the time. I still don't understand the term Negro and colored people is still used. All over the world, dude. Listen, so the thing is, if you learn, you mentioned people speaking different languages, right? Negro is the color black in Spanish, right? So it things like that start to make sense. But if you want to create trouble in society, create a word that one group of people can't say, and then wait till they trip up. So like the N word, for instance. So they say white people can't say it, black people can say it. Okay, cool, great. But then why do you make pop music? Kids that are 8 years old listening to music on the bus on the way to school, and they got no idea about what's going on. And then so they sing it, and they hear it 700 times on the way to school every single day. So they say the N word, and then they get ostracized and beat down and whatever, and their parents lose their jobs. They're setting up a tripwire. It's what it is. It's a tripwire. I used to be a big fan of sci-fi. I've worked on a lot of sci-fi shows too. Love Tweaker Lives. Dude, people need to stay as far away from street drugs as possible. NAACP and the United Negro College Funds maybe need rebranding. Right. They get rid of people on the covers what was Aunt Jemima. They get rid of the black lady. That was the cover art for that. So now it's been washed, right? Rather than showing something good and positive. Race doesn't exist. We're all human. The human race exists, right? On Kevin withdraws. But is something upsetting you, Saucenato? I can tell you are going to be dead 2050. We're having $1 million hair, 16 gigabytes. That's right. It's going to be expensive. Great movie to watch is Idiocracy. Yeah, that was a good movie. I have slaves and slave owners in my background. I also have no shame in that. I can give everyone the chance to make it a lot in life. It's disgusting natural biological process connected with a person's worth. If you take something out of nature and sell it back to people, like peeing in the streets. In America, if you have to pee, it's a natural process, and you've got to pee, and you go to an alley to pee, then a cop can come up with you and give you a ticket because you're not doing it in a bathroom. It's absolutely, look now that I've told you this, look in our laws and see how many natural processes. I can understand you can't sit on top of a cop car and take a dump. I understand that, but a standard natural process, like I understand you can't be in the middle of a freaking restaurant and start pissing all over the tables and stuff. But if you've got to pee, why is it that they can benefit off of that? Have you watched Seven? Yes, great movie. It's got electrolyte. And then a lot of honey's cut. Absolutely. A lot of olive oil is too. What's the most fun experience you've had in life? Well, I've had lots of very great experiences, but in the movie industry, one of the best experiences I had was working on Guardians 2 and 3. That was like the team that I worked with, the props that I built and stuff. That was really, really fun. Working in the movie industry was probably one of the greatest experiences. I was also I was a singer. I went all around playing music. That was a really, really great experience. And I have more to look for. I think it's funny not to legalize piss on a wall. I think it's funny. It's not illegal to piss on a wall. It's perfectly legal to wall. It's illegal to piss on a wall with a naked around as always. But it depends what's going on. Brando is electrolytes. Would you want to remake a 7? No. I redistribute it, re-release it, but why remake it? Brando's got electrolytes. Look, person, gender, color, menstruation is a natural process. Why connect to other conscious individuals? Who does that? Who does that? Yeah, who does that? Whoever doing that? No, they're not. They're not kick-ass people. I will watch 7. I heard that, and it is. My God, it's crazy. I'm new. What do you do? The last 16 years, January last year, I left the movie industry to start streaming full time. I worked for the movie industry, the music industry. I've worked for a zoo. I've owned a solar paneling company. I've done quite a lot. What's in the box? What's in the box? What's up? Hey, me and Alec are making a bill. Oh, yeah, I'm in the building. No. What are you, crazy? Freaking wackadoo Jaguar. Makes me absolute remake. Yeah, listen. Why remake it? The only reason, and listen, they know what they're doing. When they remake things to destroy them, it's so they can get super profitable off of them later. Like the stuff that they're doing with Star Trek and stuff like that now, they know it's crap. They know it's horse shit. And then in 10 more years, or 5 more years, there will be a we're sorry, and then there'll be blowout box office successes. So you need, just like I was telling you earlier, when you have musicians and actresses and actors that get irrelevant and they do something like they cheat on each other or whatever to get relevant, and then they're like, oh, now that they're relevant again, hey, we're coming out with a movie. It's the same kind of crap. You just keep that name in the, nobody talked about Ghostbusters anymore, so here's a remake of Ghostbusters, and then it went to trash, and then watch, they'll refix it in the future for a huge grab. There's many theories of everything, yeah. The remake of Dredd with Carl Urban was way better. I didn't see that. If you go to the bar and leave and you like pull up, I gotta pee, and there's a cop, I'm sure you get a cop outside, you're right, lewd acts. But then what? No matter what you feel about the freaking the culture now, they have pride parades where you can be swinging butt cheeks and boobs around and stuff in front of little kids, but you can't take a leak, hidden by your car door in a tree. Yeah, it's crazy. There are any dark secrets about the industry? I mean, I guess they're not secrets anymore, right? But yeah, there was a lot. What is unknown about the universe? Most of it. Most of it. There's new physics coming out that just got published late 2025 that they don't even think the speed of light stays the same across the universe anymore. The number one law that everybody could guarantee that speed of light, but now it might slow down through dark matter and stuff like that, and physics may change. There may be no universal constants. There's a lot of stuff coming out now because we've all believed without evidence, or with if they made one sensor that told us what was going on 10 light years away, then the sensor gets better and they're like, oh, we were wrong, but check out this new stuff. Yeah, generate revenue under the guy's law. Yeah. They're doing the same thing. Richard, can you? No, I'm not going to give you admin. About Sony? What happened to Sony? How was Chris Pratt? Chris Pratt was awesome. Yeah, those guys were really cool. Most actors and actresses are complete assholes, complete trash, worthless human beings. Chris Pratt was really cool. Ego's very damning and damaging thing to most people, especially if it's unearned. If you know you're really good at something, but people that deserve that just they fake it till they make it, and they have the ego while they're still faking it. Like if I act so egotistical, then people will believe that I'm what I'm not. Yeah, that's freaking horrible. Sorry, I lagged. What blocks do you need? That's much better. Send in the Discord what you need, and I'll send it to you. I'm not giving you moderator. I'm not giving you op in the server. Something to destroy here. Yeah, just let me know what you need. Send it to the Discord. All right, sorry.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, this guy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Uh-oh.
Hey, what happened?
Yeah. She's not supposed to be on her phone. It's in school. Or is that work? I don't know. What a good idea, dude.
Can't stop the waves, but you
Good
can
catch,
learn to
though.
surf.
Good catch. You almost got it. Is Keanu Reeves really nice? I've never met him. I've never met him, but everybody I've talked to that's worked on his film says he's the freaking top of the line. He's the freaking coolest, most not rock star, most not movie star guy. Like, he's just freaking cool. And people will say that in public about people and then tear them down as soon as there's nobody else around. But I haven't heard anybody at all ever say anything negative about Keanu Reeves. Yeah, I wish I could have worked on John Wick or something, but I think they didn't want me to work on it because they didn't want me to. They would have fired him and been like, "Can you be John Wick?" And I'd have been like, "Nah, dude, come on. He worked hard for it." Keanu Reeves. I don't play Fortnite. I have a Minecraft server. It's in the Discord if you guys want to play setup. You can get the IP address there, but no, I don't play Minecraft. Elon Reeves? Who's Elon Reeves? It sucks what happened to Allison Brie. I don't even know who Allison Brie is. Am I missing something here? Oops. Oh, yeah, Allison Brie. Wow, glow. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about how people need to make popularity happen. So she came out as bisexual in 2023. Which is only for the marketing. No one gives a shit if you're bisexual or gay or not, and no one cares. But if you're about to put out a movie like Together, it's already been filmed, and it's not a very good film, and they need reasons for people to go watch it because this is great. The end of times were near. What would be your first move? I don't know. I tried to call all my family and collect them all together to try to survive it and let everybody know that I love them. That's probably be the first thing I'll do. Amazing because he's the fantastic actor. The Matrix is awesome. Yeah, he's a great actor, right? I have some later. I'll say interesting masonry videos. Yes, send them, brother. Send them. I know exactly what you're talking about. Right. There's nothing you can do, so you might as well help. Listen, if you're guiding everybody to the end of existence, keeping them from being as anxious as possible, because like it would be best not to be screaming on the airplane as it crashes into the earth, rather than, if there was a way to at least comfort some people. Yeah, said it, brother. Absolutely. Oh, that's gonna cost you. That's a lathe. That's a wood lathe, it looks like. Yeah, that's gonna be heavy, brother. Uh-oh. I'm gonna hit your ladder. Dude, of course.
When gravity and bad planning join forces.
He had his freaking hammer on the top of his ladder.
When gravity and bad planning join forces.
I have hand tools and basic food storage, bean dry spots to drive. So do I. Yeah. Like what's very interesting about preppers and anti-preppers, like so many people are so addicted to food delivery services and stuff like that they try to tear down people that want to be prepared for something, and then like, no, be prepared. Absolutely, it's not that difficult to be prepared. And the thing is, something's going to happen. Power outages, snowstorms, and whatnot. Keanu Reeves thinks he's all bad. Damn, that's why the government would never warn us of that. No, absolutely not. No, that's because it would cause so much panic and chaos. Right. When we're told about the end of the world, that's what's called market manipulation. People that weren't really into investing, but invested a lot of stuff in the stock market and precious metals and whatnot, they hear the end of the world is coming. You've destroyed the world with your gasoline car, whatever's happening. They then pull everything out of the stock market, which causes a dip. And then the rich people will buy that stock at now an artificial low, because it was market manipulation. It manipulated the stock market to go low. Then rich people can buy low. And then once they're like, oh, the asteroid missed us, or we stopped it with our freaking fart-powered laser beams, here's the AI to prove it. But now the market will go back up naturally, and then that stuff you just bought for low is going to automatically slide up, so you're guaranteed a refund. You're guaranteed a increase. The Jews are the synagogue. Jews are the synagogue of Satan. Maybe I should start looking into what Jews do. And they're the synagogue of Satan. Oh!
Slip and fall.
Neither. I don't screw none of that. I make my own. The Bible says so, brother. The synagogue of Satan. What the Bible you're reading, brother? All right, let's see.
Bike won once, Fate wanted rematch.
Hold on. Dude, what are you doing? What was he carrying? Hold on, let's see. All right, let me see. All right, sorry. Internet watcher was next to me. In the New Testament. Gotcha. Wouldn't find what? Oh. All right.
You all right, Moses? You all right?
Yeah, I agree. Listen. The big thing about too much there is upward momentum and downward momentum. You should try your best to always move up. If you know what's evil and what's not, stay away from it. You know, let the actors, the army, the military, the people that deal with bad actors deal with the bad actors. But you should always be pushing up.
What was that, man?
What the hell was that?
It seemed like
Plastic
a good idea.
towers humbled him fast.
Unless it's hate for turnips. I hate turnips. I feel like that's okay. Right. Oh.
That's life. Here 1 second, gone the next.
Cut that on video. No.
Real life CGI right there.
Do it again. I broke my nose so many times. That was a great trick. 10 out of 10. Yeah, right.
Out.
Great trick. Oh, better hope there's no wind. Right, no sense of self-preservation.
Always happens when I'm home alone, too.
Yeah, that's not gonna work out. Yeah, IKEA furniture, right. It's meant to be put together once, never move. This is why houses cost so much. They got a bunch of people.
A perfect example of trying to do too much.
Oh! I used to be able to skateboard. No. What are you doing, dude? Why are you holding on?
Training matters, always.
Too much
no
carbon
exception.
dioxide, brother. What would you say? Statistics looking for a place to have them. Never tried to do too much, Rich. Me? Never too much. How you doing, Aaron, brother? Oh! That'll be a good catch. Oh, he's strapped up. Okay. Dude, bare feet. Oh!
Is he truly okay?
Bad jokes are great. Jeez, dude.
See, trusting men needs a warning label.
He's gonna show up with nothing. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Where are we at here?
The devil couldn't reach her, so he sent a warning.
Thank you.
What up, Calvin, brother? Special delivery.
He's not having a good day.
No. Have you showered within the last 7 days? Probably. Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday morning, after working on all the bushes, and I had all kind of freaking nasty old man.
Confidence spoke. Reality clapped
Yeah,
back.
that'll make you want to lose some weight. In front of your whole class right there, in front of the whole class, you just jumped over a trash can and put a hole in your school's floor. Castile soap. That's what I use also.
Confidence spoke.
That's what I use
Reality
also.
clapped
No wonder
back.
women run and scream when they see you and they're holding their nose. Like, man, how can you not? What up, Miriam? Maria. Jeez, I can't read. I thought it said Miriam. Maria Martinez. How are you?
Okay.
Yeah, yes, that was a lot of stress on that break. A lot. Favorite Radiohead album? OK Computer. What was the one before OK Computer? Radiohead discography. The Benz. The Benz was good too. Yeah, OK Computer and the Benz. Pablo Honey was good too. Amnesiac was good. But now probably the Benz was probably the most iconic. Ladders are the devil. It's in the Bible. All right. Like, this is just foolishness.
Come on.
It's going good. It's going good. Librata, how are you? So I like Tool way more than Perfect Circle, but I really like Tool. So that offsets me liking them more. Perfect Circle is a great band, but I really like Tool. I'm really a big fan. What's your favorite cuss word? Mine is batch. When I was in school, I wanted to be able to cuss out my teachers with higher vocabulary. So, and I can't even remember what words I used. But I would come up with better, like, legal words to use to cuss. But I mean, the stupid is as stupid as poppycock, stuff like that. So those are from the generation previous, right? But I loved using stuff like that. Like, I would say, what was I used to say? It was, instead of moron, damn it, I had different. And I remember why I started doing this. It was because I remember watching Bugs Bunny cartoons, and Bugs Bunny would say, "You imbecile," instead of imbecile. "You ultramaroon." I used to say that a lot. "You imbecile," "you ultramaroon." And then, like, yeah, so I don't really use a lot of cuss words. If they come out, they come out on their own. You like to combo them, 1-2 punches? You stupid. You collectively deficient human parasite. Right. Something like that. Right, exactly. What up, Chopped? I remember when Dillweed was the meanest name I could think of. Dillweed. I got to go through my old journals. I definitely have it. "You sanctimonious prick." Yeah, those are great. Listen, the best thing you can do, especially being on the internet, is come up with better words to replace, like, just the standard, okay, great, you know how to cuss type things. It's definitely better. And a lot of people won't have any idea what any of these words are. "What did you just call me?" And they'll have to look it up. Lost a tire. That's not good. Wow, I'm surprised you didn't
You
flip it.
asked for it. I'm on my way.
I knew it. What up, honeybee?
Hear that? That's regret knocking.
Maria Salvatina. My aunt called people mental. That's a three-wheeler now. What up, Honey Bee? Thank you. Thank you, thank
Could
you,
be
thank
his
you.
final try. Who can tell?
Damn. Hey, combo.
Hi there.
Would you do the silly salmon? He acted like he got electrocuted.
That's what pissed me off so bad. I just call it window lickers. That's what my dad used to use back in the day. He's like, Richard, if you don't study, you're going to end up in the bus with the window lickers. What up, nice guy?
Boss says, we keeping you up, or I don't it pay you to sleep.
If you don't study, you'll end up in the bus with the window lickers.
New bike path or chaos?
The trash can was right to the side. This is set up. She's gonna wash it.
Emotions hit max, she screamed.
Yeah, right. This is amazing to me. Like, you can't get away with not using a railing in most states in America. Like, if the code enforcement drives by, they'll freaking tape it off. But I'm guessing some of these places are grandfathered in, like they were built before the 90s. Have you seen the movie Human Centipede? I think I have. That sounds so familiar. Human Centipede. Human. Yes. I've definitely seen it. Dude, you like some freaking crazy stuff. They made 3? I didn't know that. Yeah, dude, freaking so crazy. Yeah, I got 2 more I gotta watch.
No.
Nice.
Did you recall last time you stayed up for
She
22
will not
hours?
forgive him.
Just the other night we did like 12 hours of streams. I just finished watching Leprechaun in Space. Da-bomb. What up, Mr. Palad? Leprechaun in Space. That sounds familiar too. Leprechaun in Space. Definitely. I definitely remember this. Definitely. Absolutely. Wow. I haven't I haven't, this isn't sparked in my imagination, in my memory in decades. Wow. Who was the chick? Jessica Collins, Debbie Dunning, Rebecca Carlton, Princess Zarna. Wow. What a freaking crazy movie that was. Yeah, he definitely did that on purpose. I can't remember if I saw Jason X. Was that after Jason versus Freddy? Yes, I saw Jason X too. Yeah. That was, yep. I definitely, yep. And that's when they did Jason versus the Predator and stuff like that back in those days. Jason versus Uber Jason. Isn't there a part of one of the movies where they start smoking? Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, a lot of those freaking slasher films are a bunch of kids either getting drunk or getting stoned first, or eating tabs back in the day. Oh,
Y'all got the water?
I don't know why people do this. They're only doing it for the clicks. But I don't understand. It's so. I mean, maybe you get famous off of stuff like that. But I don't know. It just seems like such a mess. Such a nice car for kids to have. To just Leprechaun in the Hood. I don't remember that. Leprechaun in the Hood. Leprechaun in the Hood. Wow. No, I don't remember. This is 2016. This is after I was already done watching movies. Frickin' so crazy. I don't understand how they made so many Resident Evil movies. I'll tell you why. Because the baddest frickin' chick ever. Have you ever listened to Mila Jovovich's music? Divine Comedy, one of the best albums ever made. Frickin' absolutely phenomenal. And after she was in The Fifth Element, she was the poster child, or the wall poster child for so many young boys to be like, that's what I want when I grow up. Yeah, no, yeah, that's how they made so many Resident Evil movies. Dude,
That blank stare says it all. No clue what's next.
that roof's destroyed. Underworld is understandable because of Kate Beckinsale. I can't do. No. That's something for the youth to find spirituality. That's not something for adults to do. Not, jeez, dude. Hell no.
Okay.
Oh. Hell no, dude. Hell no.
Not light up.
Well, I'm 49, dude. It was the game was over well before I was 26. Dude. Ugh. I'm still having flashbacks thinking about that stuff.
Gravity always wins,
Right.
even solo.
That's a neighborhood. Oh, they're all wearing masks. Yeah, Howard the Duck. Yeah, dude, that was a great film too. Howard the Duck. Yeah, I thought it was great funny film. Yeah. They don't make just good kick-ass films anymore. Everybody's got to be so freaking conservative or liberal in their freaking, like it's like one way or the other. It's not just, hey, let's make a good film to laugh about and freaking about a space alien duck that came in an egg. Fast, dude. I'm saying this is probably we only see it when it starts slowing down. So I'm guessing they were 80, 90 miles an hour.
Always wins, even solo.
Yeah, the front wheels were off the ground when they hit that truck. The front wheels were off the ground when they hit the truck. Cool World, great movie. Yeah, great movie. Right. Like live action and animation. That stuff was great too. Cool World was a great film. And that had freaking what's his face in it? Like the old what the hell was his name? Damn it, not Rodney Dangerfield. Cool World. Oh no, not Cool World. Cool World was Brad Pitt. What am I thinking of? Oh, damn it. What am I thinking of? Oh. He took people like back in time or something, or into the future. Something cab. Oh, damn it. Yeah, Cool World. No, Cool World was good too, but maybe I'm talking about Cool World. Right, that was Brad Pitt. Yeah, that was Brad Pitt. No, it's not. That was a good film also. But what I'm talking about, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Striven Hard to Work, Kind of Convenience, so they freaked out when the police came in chopping. It was the longest 10 minutes of my life. No. It was before all that. Oh, damn it. I'm thinking Weinstein or something. What was the guy's name? Iron something. Oh. Iron. Steel. Oh, damn it. Please check out Jasmine Weasley and tell me if you like her. Jasmine Wesley. I've never even heard of her, dude. I've never even heard of her before. Jasmine Wesley. I'm back again. Iron World. Iron. Oh, damn it. Popular 1980s movie with Popular 1980s movie with live action and animation. Iron World, Never Ending Story was a great freaking movie, dude. Great, like, and Labyrinth, like back. You have no power over me. Dark Crystal, great stuff. Damn it. Now, it's a cruel world. No. It wasn't any of those. Damn it. Oh, man. Damn it. I remember having Never Ending Story on VHS. I had it on VHS also. Yeah, Jim Henson. All right, absolute great. Let me shut some of this. I got like 75 freaking tabs open. Oh, man. Iron World. Oh, damn it. I wish I could remember the guy's name. He was the cab driver. It's not cool. Oh, it's gone. No. Heavy metal. Is that it? Heavy metal actor. Heavy metal. I think that was it. No. No. Damn it, no. Ah, damn it. No. Brokeback Mountain. No, who was it? Damn it. Oh, damn it. I used to talk about it all the time. What up, John, brother? Damn it, what was the guy's name? Famous 1960s actors. I can't think about it. It had a famous old guy who drove a taxi or something, and it took people either into the future or into the like dilapidated like New York. No, not Forbidden World. He was always a sec. He was always an. Damn it. It's pissing me off. He was the cab driver. It wasn't Dennis Hopper. No. It was before that. No. Famous 60s supporting actor. It's going to make so. I thought heavy metal, man, sounded like it, but something like Walter Matthau. was like a 1980s dystopian. 1980s cult classic with Cab Driver. Not DC Cab. Ernest Borgnine, Escape from New York. Ernest Borgnine. Yeah. I've been following that, dude. Crazy ass, dude. IMDb. You talking about IMDb? IMDb is like Facebook for. I've got an IMDb for people in the movie industry. The Goonies, great freaking film. Look what they're doing with 10 times the budget as like, what was the budget of Goonies? And they built a freaking pirate ship that Afro Man he was playing, and then he just playing guitar on stage like a couple of months ago, and there was this white chick that was on stage next to him from the audience that came in to like sing along, and he just stops playing guitar and just freaking decks her, and then goes right back to playing. Now he's going to court for it. I'm not a SAG member now. Oh shit. Okay, it's tomorrow. I thought I missed an appointment for one of my neighbors. That's tomorrow. Oh, police raided his house after that too? Well, dude. Afro Man issues. Currently in 2026 against defamation and invasion of privacy lawsuit by suit stems uses of surveillance footage and music videos. Lemon Pound Cake, which mocked police. Oh, so this... that was in 2022. Aver's been actively posting about the proceedings. One officer testified about feeling distressed while the defense asked their conduct during the raid. Afro Man punches girl on stage. Not Roman, Afro Man. What? Am I lost in time? This says it was 2015. No, 2024. Oh, wow. Oh, they're bringing it back up. Okay. Doesn't need backup singers. They don't need no backup. They stole money and cake. Oral Hershiser. It was what's his name? It was Escape from New York. Ernest Borgnine was the guy's name. Ernest Borgnine. Where he plays cabbie. This is him right here. Ernest Borgnine. Yeah, that was great. Mike Piazza, all that because he was high, because I got high, na. I got cake, but low on money. Yeah, people are funny. I love the internet. Okay, sorry. Man, yeah, dude. So apparently it went deeper than that. Is this just replays?
He learned secure materials first.
There was no time travel. Is what threw me off. Yes, Kurt Russell. Right? Yeah. I remembered it went from one into the other. For some reason, I thought it was time travel. Hold on. Ernest Borgnine Films. What is 49 Films? Airwolf, Veracruz, Escape from New York, The Vikings, Superman, Devil's Reign, Dirty Dozen. Torpedo Run. Man, he's a lot. All Dogs Go to Heaven. Yeah, wow. Yeah, dude. Airwolf, right. 84 to 87. Wow, I remember watching that stuff. Anyway, sorry. If time travel was possible, where would you go, past or future? Can I come back to the future? He was in one with he was in one. Oh yeah, that was well, here's Poseidon's Adventure, but he was also in damn it. Oh, what was it? The Black Hole, 1979. McHale's Navy. He was in some Deadly Blessings, The Laser Mission, Catered Affair. Man, he was in a lot. Gattaca, right. That was freaking good one, too. Violent Saturday. Never even heard of that. Neptune Factor. Maybe that was the one where he flipped over. I can never watch any movie with a dog. I'll tear up. I just watched season on Airwolf on Tubi. Airwolf's great, dude. I used to watch that on television. Free passage back here. Anyway, I'd go to the future. Yeah, I'd go to the future. I already know what happened in the past. Yeah, I'd go to the future. But I can't say where. Just say 100 years.
No. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm great.
Dude, he just smacked his face. He's so lucky to knock himself unconscious. Sanford and Son, great freaking show. Great show. What year was that? 72 to 77. And listen, replays were on all the time, and I wasn't born until 77. So I was only 2 months old when this ended. Late 72 to 77. And like you hear all the like representation stuff from people. When I was a kid, I didn't notice any of that stuff. It wasn't until the mid 2000s that became a big issue. And I'm not saying either way. I don't know enough about anything. No, but I remember when I was a kid there in Maryland. Everybody liked everybody. Physics should tell you don't put a hanging bar on the drywall. Right. What do you like more? A tree grower or a Negro? That's funny. It's funny, Billy. Konnichiwa. Am I late today? No, you're perfect. How are you, my friend? Yeah. Taxi was a great show, too. Esther had a face to make Gorilla Biscuits. Gorilla Biscuits. Do you remember the band Gorilla Biscuits? Do you remember them? The punk rock band? The Gorilla Biscuits. Yeah, boy. Alternative indie. Okay, maybe they weren't punk. Yeah, boy. Let's start today. Well, my room is a mess and I can't get dressed. I gotta be out by 8 o'clock. The room is a mess and I can't get dressed. I gotta be out by 8 o'clock. Everything I think can make disaster. Oh, damn it. What a great, I used to love that stuff. What made you watch the movie Brokeback Mountain? I've never seen it. The Gorillas were good. This is the Gorilla Biscuits. WKRPAN Cincinnati. I watched that when I was a kid too. Remember the good old days. Oh. That's poop. That's poop, dude. Dude, that dude's seriously pissed. Look at that. That's poop. That's poop. Look, there's a new heat system. I'm looking to getting natural gas prices are out of control, bro.
The latter just rage quit the...
Yeah, I got natural gas here. I had a really great day. No better way to end it as live. I had a really great day today, and no better way to end it off as live as at 2:34 a.m. in India. There you go, brother. Here, broadcasting around with lunatics. I remember the lunatics. Great. 3 little pigs huffing and puffing. I blow your house in. Little pig, let me in. Not by the hair of my chili chin chin. That sound familiar?
Chat. Syrup for sled.
That's gonna cost you. Man, that's a lot. That was a lot of motion and a lot of force. Yeah, that can be dangerous. That can be dangerous. Oof. He's lucky to hit his head on that thing. Chico and the Man, that was a great TV show, right? Yeah, play funniest moments of Donald Trump. We'll get. I'm about to eat dinner right now. Then we'll come back. This stream's been going 4 hours. I'm going for about 2 more minutes, and then I got to eat. I haven't eaten anything yet today. But we could definitely do funniest moments of Donald Trump. Oh, what'd I miss? Huh? Yeah, that's not gonna end well.
When something like this happens, there is only one thing
Yeah,
you
why
can
would
do.
you try to grab it? That's so crazy. They should add guide wires connected rather than trying to grab it. That just seems like complete. Well, looks like we're gonna put that back up. Yeah, dude. Step on it, dude. Jeez. So that happens in the movie industry quite a bit. So when filming, we'd put up a much broader rig, but he's just practicing. So he's got a small rig set up on, and it wasn't wide enough for him. Right here. Probably no sides. Probably no sides. Well, I mean, there'll be potatoes, carrots. I mean, so that'll be part of the roast, though. Yeah, but I won't have. I don't have. The car was inverse engineered. Suicidal Tendencies, great band, especially back in the day. What was that one song that got that was? I just wanted a Pepsi, just one Pepsi, and she wouldn't give it to me. I'm not crazy, institution. You're the one that's crazy, institution. Driving me crazy, institution. I felt that, but here in India, I'm not gonna remember anything for the past 6 months. Who, that guy? No, he's done. That's gonna hurt. Yeah, dude, I'm starving too. I haven't eaten anything. It's 5 p.m. here. I haven't eaten anything. Oh, taking down an old
Beaver
one, putting
Stadium
in a new.
rebuild starts. Demo first.
Yep, I love it. All those lights, everything that it could have reused, but don't matter. This is all going to be written off.
Whoa.
There you go. Detachable penis. And there it was. I was walking to the Kiev, and an old lady. What's the rest of it? She was selling knickknacks on the side of the road. Oh, damn, I can't remember. But yeah. That great. That's the only song I know by them, too. One hit wonder for sure, as far as I remember. That's all you needed back in the day. Jane's Addiction, they had Jane Says, been caught stealing. That was great. So definitely showing your age. Yeah, we're right. You're the same vintage as me. Oof. Yeah, that's a visit to the hospital. Brand smash. I have a detachable wiener. I have rechargeable ones too. Frickin' Cora. Rechargeable wiener.
Maybe it's time for a full reboot.
Yeah, dude, I did too.
Oh no.
It always hits the ladder. Yes, that was definitely crazy. This is stupid. This is so stupid. So stupid. This is why you have traffic issues. They're called double-ended, freaking Kahora. There's your BMW.
Wait a minute. I think you dropped something.
lost. Just went off balance. Oh, the engine just ripped out of it.
Just a low-pressure coffee shop date.
Let me grab his computer and look at it. That's a bus. Yeah, accidentally overcaffeinated bus. They know that now. Have you ever watched a video of the Asian guy? Yeah, totally, yeah, absolutely. I love that guy. I thought it was going to fall and the girl sitting there. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go eat something. I appreciate y'all being here. I'll be back in about a half hour. Hit the subscribe button. All right, I love y'all. See you guys back in a bit. All right, bye.